5 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, focusing on a heat wave on the way the rest of the week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Here in Nashville, an 18-year-old is dead due to a shooting inside an Edge Hill Avenue apartment. A suspect is in custody. And police still looking for a shooter who injured a woman trying to break up a fight in the Woodbine neighborhood. Meanwhile, customers at a Thornton's gas station on Stewart's Ferry Pike and Donaldson are shaken up after a woman and son were carjacked at gunpoint in broad daylight on Monday.
It can happen at any time, anywhere. You turn on the news every night and you can hear about the crime, so it is very bad.
Channel 4 says the victim's 12-year-old son was in the passenger seat but able to get out of the car before the suspect drove off. A helicopter tracked the car. Police arrested a 20-year-old who used a gun in that carjacking. Right now in Chicago, city leaders considering changing the curfew to 8 p.m. from 10 p.m. to cut down on crime. This is City Alderman Brian Hopkins.
Summer's just beginning, and we've had a couple incidents already where some crime has occurred. We've got to put a stop to it.
Yeah, that proposal in Chicago follows a recent attack on a couple in Streeterville that led to charges against a 17-year-old and a 14-year-old. And a report released by the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General yesterday is concerning for national security. It says the department's at risk of allowing dangerous people into the country because it doesn't have the necessary technology and coordination to properly vet asylum seekers. And then there's this from Aaron Katursky.
8 migrants from Central Asia who entered the United States illegally through the southern border are in federal custody over suspected ties to the terror group ISIS. The individuals from the former Soviet Republic of Tajikistan came to the U.S. since the end of last year. They were vetted at the time. Law enforcement sources told ABC News authorities then uncovered information raising suspicions about possible affiliations with ISIS. At least some of the individuals were monitored, and eventually all were detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks wavered ahead of an announcement from the Fed. The Dow fell 121 points, while the S&P rose 15. The Nasdaq added 151. The Federal Reserve's Open Markets Committee, the people who decide what's happening with interest rates, are meeting. The central bank is expected to announce when it adjourns on Wednesday that it will leave them unchanged, waiting for inflation to get closer to that 2% target before it announces a cut. If you filled up lately, you have probably noticed gas prices are falling. The AAA says its national average is $3.44 a gallon. That's down about 8 cents from a week ago, more than 19 cents from a month back, and over 14 cents down from this time last year. Now, industry analysts point toward mild demand, increasing supply, and at least for the time being, relatively low oil prices. Then again, they say all of that could change on a moment's notice.
Well, if you're filling up your tank here in Middle Tennessee, right now, Gas Buddy says the average price is $3.02 per gallon. All right, Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Let's check the Dow futures. They're up 40, S&P up 9, NASDAQ up 33. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Information fueled,
opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
5:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. It is Wednesday, June 12th. Just a couple of days ahead of Friday. Hope you're doing well. Johnny B. Ken Weaver here as well. Man, there's a lot of news. Of course, you know by now, Hunter Biden has been found guilty on those 3 gun charges. We are going to get into that. And some really scary guys, some bad hombres have been caught in America as well. Clearly, they were up to no good. We've got an update on that story for you as well. There's just a lot going on. They went around and they started asking folks whether or not these 3 guilty charges with Hunter Biden will impact their decision on November 5th. I have that story for you as well. Just a lot of things to talk about on this Wednesday morning. The Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Hunter Biden found guilty on those 3 gun charges. Number 1, lying on a federal screening form about that drug use. Number 2, lying to a gun dealer. And number 3, possessing the gun. Now, putting aside all of the lies that the Democrats have been telling about this case for the last, year or 2? Let's just put all that aside for now, because what I really want to get to, because here's the thing. These charges, it was, and we spoke yesterday about this quite a bit with Jonathan Fahey, who, again, will join us at 6:35 this morning, but this was a slam dunk case. The lying on the form, the lying to the gun dealer, the possessing the gun, all of this, it was a slam dunk. Now, I think that everybody was surprised that actually justice was served in this case. But beyond all of this is, of course, the story of the laptop, because that was now officially entered into evidence. But here's the whole point. Hunter Biden, because there's a lot of points. It's not even about the guilty verdict yesterday or verdicts yesterday. But Hunter Biden also faces charges of perjury against not only Hunter, but also his brother James when they testified in front of Congress. Now, the bottom line is, as far as the actual guilty verdicts, it's a first-time offender. Most folks are saying that he'll probably get a shorter sentence and he'll be appealing and so forth. But beyond that, among the headlines out there is some people actually now saying, this is so funny. They're saying, see, Donald Trump's trial wasn't rigged because Hunter was found guilty. The justice system is working, right? That's what they're saying. You know, to those people, I would say that clearly Hunter actually had a judge, believe it or not, who was rational, sane, and not biased. The judge was fair in how the trial was executed. A jury that was not predisposed to a guilty verdict, and there's obvious differences. Nice try, though, but when you look at the differences in all of those things, the judge, the jury, it is obvious that Hunter Biden was guilty. The jury wasn't predisposed to any kind of a decision in either direction. And so for Hunter Biden now, the justice, my opinion, has been served. But what about the fact, and this is where I want to go. What about the fact that the laptop from hell has now been entered into evidence as part of these proceedings? This was done during the trial. We mentioned it a few days ago as well. But the laptop from hell has now been entered into evidence, meaning it is official, meaning that it actually does exist. And so for the American people, and specifically for folks like you and me, we've been talking about this for a long time. And the laptop from hell, at least to me, what it signifies the big lie. And not the big lie that the Democrats like to talk about, where the election was stolen. And I'm air quoting that, because that's what the Democrats like to say, the big lie, Donald Trump's big lie. What about the big lie regarding the laptop? Because to me, this story is like so many others. Here are we on WTN and Nashville's Morning News and conservatives. We've been saying for years that something is going on with this laptop. We were told that we were crazy. We were told that we were conspiracy theorists. But it turns out, yet again, that we were right.
I mean, the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And that's exactly what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This is
told.
where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding.
Yeah, one of my favorite ever moments of any debate. And I feel like I've been saying this forever now. This whole notion of an attack on democracy, which is the left's favorite phrase, aside from the big lie, but that attack obviously comes from the left. Now, just to touch on many, many past monologues, how has the media and the Democrats, how have they been attacking democracy? Because they like to say that Republicans are the ones that have been attacking democracy, but in reality, it most certainly has been the Democrats. Number one, they used lawfare to get Donald Trump off the campaign trail. They used local attorneys general to try and boot Donald Trump off of the ballot in various states across the country. They did lie about that laptop. A massive coordinated lie between the FBI, social media, media companies, the mainstream media, and the Democrats. And we can talk about January 6th. I would say this to the Democrats. And I would say this to my leftist friends who love to listen to the show. We can talk about January 6th all you want, but that was a whole bunch of people that got together and they stormed the Capitol. And I don't believe that Donald Trump had anything to do with it. But as far as the laptop goes, that was a massive coordinated effort between government, media, and big tech. No, it wasn't some really pissed off people who saw everything that was going on around them and acted out. That's what January 6th was. But the laptop from hell, which is now officially real and has been entered into evidence, and this is a very big deal, that was a big lie. That was a massive lie, perpetuated on the American people. Again, by the Bidens, by the Democrats, social media, the FBI, the mainstream media. So this is significant. It's not about the form. It's not about the gun charges, at least to me. It's about all of these other issues that are woven into this discussion. Now, coming up next, I've got Jonathan Turley, some audio from Jonathan Turley. Of course, he was on Fox News last night, and we're going to go through what he thinks about not only this trial here, but also the laptop from hell. And by the way, one of my favorite stories of the day, they ran around asking the 51 former and current intelligence officials, remember this, the ones that said that the laptop has all of the earmarks of Russian disinformation. That, of course, has now been disproven. They ran around and they started asking all of these 51 intelligence officials if they regret signing that piece of paper saying as such. You're not going to believe their answer. That and a whole lot more is straight ahead. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. As far as your weather today, it looks like it's going to be partly cloudy and a high of 86 right now, 55 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about a whole bunch of stuff in this first segment. And by the way, the folks on the F&M Bank chat line noticing that I am broadcasting from home today. And we'll get into why that is straight ahead. But doesn't matter. We have all kinds of things to focus on this morning. Jonathan Turley. And what was his reaction to the whole Hunter Biden guilty on all three of those charges, his reaction to the verdict? Well, one of the things Jonathan Turley says was, this is obviously the right decision.
The laptop was established by the FBI agent as real and authentic. And so the media said, okay, well, that evidence was now used. They forget all of the other files on that laptop. If the laptop is authentic, if those files are real, then you have these detailed accounts of a multi-million-dollar influence peddling operation run by the Biden family. Those would also be authentic.
Yeah, one of the things that Jonathan Turley said was, it's simply put, it is not about what I'm saying. It's not necessarily about the guilty verdict that we found yesterday. I want you to think about all of the allegations on that laptop. Money from that mayor of Moscow, the widow. Millions of dollars going to Hunter Biden. Why? Hunter and the then vice president, Joe Biden, and then between the time that he was vice president and president, where he was going back and forth on the content, one of the instances where they were going back and forth on the content of a speech that Joe Biden was going to give to Ukraine's parliament. Remember that? It was a fake email. You've got millions of dollars going from corrupt countries, I like to call them corruptocracies, corrupt countries, through these shell companies and the bank accounts into the pockets of Biden family members. I mean, that is just scratching the surface. So the laptop is real, the files on it are real, and everybody knew that the laptop was real.
But the media just simply doesn't want to go there. And that's part of the problem with what the House committees have faced. You know, when I testified in the Biden impeachment hearing, I said that there was ample evidence to do an impeachment inquiry. I didn't prejudge the evidence. But at every stage, the Democrats have opposed inquiries into the president's role, the president's knowledge, and a lot of these files on the laptop. And that's not likely to change even after this trial.
Correct. The media simply won't cover it. The media won't cover it. The House Oversight Committee will see what they do, but we all knew, you knew, and I knew, that the laptop was real. Now, the rest of the world does know that it's real, but will it make a difference in November? I mean, that's a big question to ask. I don't believe that it will, because I believe that the TDSers out there, I believe that they are so infused with Trump derangement syndrome that nothing, absolutely nothing, will change that vote. Because this isn't, it's about Hunter, but it's also about Joe. Because the laptop and the contents are real. And we've all known that for a long time. So you have Trump found guilty on these bogus charges. Hunter also found guilty as well, but the laptop brings a whole new level of scandal, in my opinion. The lies that America has been told about this laptop from folks on the left and TDSers, it's just incredible. It really is. By the way, now the question about perjury is coming up again. Hunter clearly lied about the contents of the laptop. They actually call it now knowing perjury. And what that means is that Hunter knew the questions were coming. And he had answers at the ready that were clearly lies in front of Congress. So I guess the question is, what is next? What will Attorney General Merrick Garland do, if anything?
Now, the Department of Justice was on a hair trigger to indict Trump officials. The question is whether Merrick Garland, as people expect, will scuttle any prosecution for perjury. So this is that other shoe dropping. Yes, this laptop was authenticated. Yes, these files are real. But after that, Hunter Biden, after they reviewed those files, he testified in Congress. And Congress believes, and there's a good basis for that belief, that he committed knowing perjury.
Yeah, there you go. So this is going to be, again, another one of those big questions that America will have to grapple with. Knowing the laptop is real, now what do? What will Americans do? Will they just ignore it? Or will they vote accordingly? I don't believe, just so you know, my official talk show host opinion, I don't believe that it's going to make much of a difference at all. Sadly, I don't think that it will. And the reason it won't is because, as Jonathan Turley just said, the media is not going to cover it. The media is going to basically just, nothing to see here. That is unfortunately what they do. This is something that at this point doesn't surprise me. So it's not really, even to be perfectly honest, it's not even disappointing anymore. It is just sadly the way that it is. And that is why we are so lucky that we have alternate forms of media. Talk radio, conservatives online. You've got, of course, Fox News and some of the other conservative channels like Newsmax. So no longer is the mainstream media the arbiters of information, the gatekeepers of information. It's really not. Because now there's all kinds of other places to get that information, and we'll continue to tell you what's really going on right here on Nashville's Morning News. At 5:22 on Super Talk 99.7, you want a summer without limits? Think about unlimited shade and unlimited privacy with Moon Valley Nurseries. Now, if you'd like more privacy in your backyard, my friends at Moon Valley Nurseries, they're planting all summer long. Now, their privacy-geared trees and hedges can give you the privacy that you want this summer and keep your backyard shady as well. Summer's more fun with privacy and shade. Check out how to make that happen at moonvalleynurseries.com. These are trees that will thrive in our climate, and yes, they'll thrive in your backyard as well. So check these folks out today, moonvalleynurseries.com. Their packages are customized for your backyard and your budget. Check them out today, moonvalleynurseries.com. And by the way, if you don't really know what you need to do or want to do in your backyard, but you know that you need to do something, check them out today. They'll give you a free consultation. MoonValleyNurseries.com. As always, tell him Dan Mandis told you to reach out. MoonValleyNurseries.com. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Scary report about dangerous people being allowed into the country. Violent crime rate in Tennessee will tell you where the FBI says it stands. Have an update on Hendersonville's city leaders' efforts on the grocery tax there. Higher water bills for another Middle Tennessee town at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
.5:30 on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Still tracking what will be the first heat wave of 2024 getting underway the rest of the week. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Officials ringing the alarm about immigration and how a new report shows the Department of Homeland Security cannot keep out dangerous people. Here's Christiane Cordero.
The Inspector General concluded the technology, procedures, and coordination were not fully effective when screening non-citizens and some asylum seekers. Finding more than 20,000 people allowed into the U.S. ended up being flagged during a later security check, and more than 600 were found to represent potential national security concerns.
New numbers show the violent crime rate is down in Tennessee, but still higher than national average. News 2 cites the most recent FBI violent crime data from 2018 to 2022, showing more than 3,000 homicides, more than 15,000 rapes, more than 176,000 aggravated assaults, and almost 29,000 robberies. Tennessee ranked 5th in the nation for the highest violent crime rate in 2022, with New Mexico leading the country. And from crime rates to tax rates, Hendersonville city leaders closer to keeping the grocery tax rate from going up under the recent sales tax increase. Officials telling Channel 4 it passed the first reading, could save residents about $800,000 a year combined.
Past year or two, it seems like everything's doubled. Will help everybody. Wherever you save is where you can apply that money towards whatever else. If you got kids.
Yeah, one more vote. It's a done deal and would take effect next February. Spring Hill residents sounding off over a water bill rate increase. Officials telling Channel 4 it starts July 1st to make sure infrastructure can handle population growth.
$14 doesn't seem like a whole lot. That's what they're saying, but it's, 23, 25%. Doesn't seem like a lot, but then I continued reading it, and it's going to continue to go up for years to come.
We've seen growth for 20 years. They should have thought about that 20 years ago.
Spring Hill's population sat around 55,000 until the last census, which shows it has grown to 62,000 this year. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 5:32 on Nashville's Morning News. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows Here event that is coming up on June 25th? Well, you can make incredible contacts in our town and in your industry. And some incredible speakers are going to be there as well, including Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Tennessee Titans, and Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell. This really is an event, a seminar that can change your business and change your life. You're going to learn how to raise capital and how to better use technology, among so many other things. We'll also be talking about developing Nashville's East Bank. NetSuite's Business Grows Here is going to be on Tuesday, June 25th at the Conrad Hotel. NetSuite by Oracle. Business Grows Here, June 25th. You can apply right now to go. netsuite.com/Nashville. There's some tickets left, but you've got to act quickly. netsuite.com/Nashville. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out one more time. netsuite.com/Nashville. JB. .36 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk and 10. Time for the gang of three amigos. Ken Weaver, good morning.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
Johnny B is here. Good morning.
Good morning, Dan and Ken.
Or I guess I should say Johnny B is there.
Yeah.
I'm here. Would you call this, like I'm broadcasting from my basement today at the home studio. I guess you would call this WTN East? Is that what it would be? WTN East? Because Mount Juliet is east of the station there in downtown, or Music Row.
Well, that means you'd have to call Brian the drive WTN Southeast.
I guess you probably could. Anyway, so yeah, Amy was dispatched to the hellscape known as Atlanta today at the last minute, so here I am.
Oh, the hellscape.
The hellscape that is Atlanta.
Oh, hellscape.
The
yeah.
hellscape, yeah.
What did you think I said?
I thought you said healthscape.
Healthscape. Well,
Yeah, like she was
I think I'll go to Atlanta. You guys, good luck to both of you.
You know what? I think I'm going to go to Atlanta.
And the best part of my day so far, there's been two things that have happened. Number one is I made the brilliant decision that because I was home, I didn't have to commute in, that I had more time to prep.
Yeah, that's not right.
No.
That's not correct thinking.
No, it's not. And so I completely overslept on my alarm.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but I think I'm adequately prepared for today's radio broadcast.
Yeah.
That was number one. Number two is it's been a while since I've done this. And so I think I've got a slightly different camera. And so the best part of my day was Johnny and I trying to figure out how to get me at an appropriate level, because it was like if I was sitting in my chair and it's all the way up, you still are getting just sort of like all of my head and that's it. And it just kind of cut off. I'm actually sitting on a pillow to get into the frame. I'm actually sitting on a pillow, and I'm going to tell you it's not very comfortable.
Don't have an old phone book?
No, that's what's funny, Ken. I was trying to figure out where I could find a phone book.
Yeah, I don't think they make phone books anymore.
No.
I don't think
but
they
I could
need
most
to.
certainly, although somehow I don't think a pillow, I don't think a phone book is going to be more comfortable than a pillow.
Now, is it a pillow or a couch cushion?
It's a pillow that goes on a couch.
Oh, I thought it may have been Amy's. I didn't know.
No.
Did you check it?
No.
Did you check it for spiders first?
There are no spiders. Ken, no spiders are allowed in my basement studio.
Yeah, you should tell
I've
them.
told all of them that.
Yeah.
And the highlight of my day was last night was Riker bursting into my room.
All
Did you
right.
hear that noise? It's like 10 o'clock at night. Did you hear that noise? And I'm like, yeah, I heard some 10-year-old breaking into my room and screaming if I heard a noise. So it's been one of the, but it's all good. We're all fine. And
that's good. That's good.
Yes, yes, indeed. Listen, if that's the worst thing that's happening in my life, things are actually going pretty well.
Yes, they are.
I could be the guy. Oh, and by the way, coming up in the 6 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
Going to do a deep dive into those 8 guys that have been caught with ties to ISIS. So that is coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
They're just here for a better life.
Wonder what happened to the other 20,000.
Oh, we'll get into that, Ken. We'll get into that. That's a great point. This headline struck me. You ready?
Yep.
There was a guy who spent $14,000 to become a collie. You know, like a dog. And then he changed his mind after realizing it's very difficult to walk like a dog.
All right, dude. Tell me the link. Give me the link on this.
You know what? It's Daily Mail. And if you just Google that, because that's the headline. Man who spent $14,000 to become a collie changes his mind after realizing it's very difficult to walk like a dog. Now, there's a couple of things here, and he's Japanese.
There he is. Yeah, it's in the New York Post, too.
There's a couple of things. First of all, if I was going to spend thousands of dollars to become a dog, it wouldn't be a collie.
No.
No offense to, collie lovers.
I'd be a Doberman.
Yeah.
You'd be a Doberman? See, I was thinking about maybe a Great Dane.
No, that's reaching too high.
Is it reaching too high?
Yes.
Ken, what would you be?
I'd be some sort of lap dog. I'd probably be a wiener.
Of course you would.
Yeah, you would.
I'd be a little fat wiener with a beard.
Guy's name is Taco. T-O-C-O. Toko or Taco. Again, Japanese.
Let's go Taco.
Spent $14,000 on a custom-made rough collie costume in 2022 in order to fulfill his lifelong fantasy of becoming an animal. He waited for 40 days as the special suits and makeup company Zeppet finished his ultra-realistic dog costume in 2022 before finally being able to live his dream.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
But now he has revealed that the challenges of moving like a dog have made him consider imitating other animals.
He is rolling around in his backyard, pawing at the sliding glass door.
Yes, he's going through like
in a
he's going through like
costume.
a doggy maze.
Yeah, rolling around.
goodness.
Oh, sorry, I can't do that here.
gracious.
Oh, he's
Isn't
waving.
that funny?
He's waving.
Now he's. Oh, my.
You know what the funny thing, though, is that if you're going to spend that kind of money, wouldn't you spend a day or two walking like the dog?
I would think so. And learn how to use the facilities like a dog.
Folks, I'm putting this on the Supertalk 99.7 WTN Twitter or X feed so you can watch this video.
Mm-hmm.
You got to see this fella. My goodness.
In January, he uploaded video footage of his quest to successfully jump hurdles and climb A-frames like a dog can do. And, of course, he wasn't able to do it.
Darn.
Is this guy just bored? Or is
I
he
don't know.
insane?
No, I think he's insane. Well, okay, he's either insane or
he knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing.
Or he's in dire need of attention.
I think the latter hit it. I think he wants attention.
Now, here's the silly thing, though. So realize he said, old Taco there, he said that the problem that he's facing is that he is having trouble walking like a dog. So then he says, well, what I'm going to do is I'd like to become another animal. Here's the quote. I might realistically be able to become another dog, a panda, a bear, a fox, or a cat. They all walk on all fours, you dippy.
Yes.
You dippy.
Well, I can't say. I was going to call him a dip crap.
Call him a dip shoot.
A dip shoot. You know what? That is way too close, man.
Yeah, it is. That's danger. Danger.
Remember when I was doing Further?
Yes.
Don't do it.
Don't even do
Okay,
it.
you guys remember when I was doing that?
I remember that.
We remember.
And Amy begged me to stop
Yeah.
because my reputation for shanking is, nationwide.
Legendary.
Yeah.
Legendary.
Toko is quoted as saying, I've wanted to be an animal ever since I can remember.
Oh, boy.
So apparently he saved up his money and now he's a collie.
Yet the funny thing is, there's a picture of him drinking from a straw.
I've seen collies do that all the time.
Yeah, you see that all the time.
Yeah, he's apparently got a copy of the New York Post in his mouth in one photo, as if he's taking it to his owner.
Oh, that is so funny.
Oh, my God. Man, people have lost it. But it's all down. You hit it, Dan. It's all to attention. People want attention. They'll do anything. I think even some dog owners take their dogs out into public for that very reason.
Oh, yeah.
They get attention.
Yeah, they do. Although I try not to pet people's dogs, but I fail miserably.
Well, you got to be careful doing that.
Yeah, you do.
They might bite you.
They might.
There's a dog because I'm not a big fan of big dogs, but there's a big dog. There's a donut place 3 minutes from my house. The bane of my existence. I think they're called Mount Juliet Donut, something or another. But it's a bane of my existence because I cannot resist their donuts.
Yeah.
So I go in there. They've got this massive dog. And I think it is a Great Dane. And so the first time I encountered this dog, and it just walks around the donut place, which is fine. People love it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know the dog was there. And I'd never seen the dog before. So I go in to get some donuts. I turn around and there's this dog the size of a small cow behind me. And I let out the girlest shriek.
Oh, my goodness.
And it was like my coffee. It was embarrassing.
If we have video anywhere,
Oh, my
please
gosh.
send it to WTN.
Please, somebody be listening from that donut shop. You know that's on surveillance video.
Oh, it's a great donut shop. I love this place. So anyway, whatever. So
They give you big old donuts.
What's that?
They give you real big donuts.
They're not big donuts. They're just good and tasty.
Good and tasty.
By the way, the funny thing about this guy, one last point about the dog, the collie guy.
Toko?
The dog lover said he has hidden his identity and his human face from the world because he doesn't want to be judged by people he knows. He says, I don't want my hobbies to be known, especially by the people I work with.
Well, yeah.
Smart
Taco
move.
added, they think it's weird that I want to be a dog for the same reason why I can't show my real face. Well, are you saying that the people that you work with already know that you want to be a dog? In which case, what's the point? Can you imagine realizing that the guy that you're dating, if you're a woman or whatever, can you imagine that you realize that he wants to be a dog and you spend $14,000 on a collie outfit? I think that's a pretty appropriate red flag, wouldn't you say?
I think you'd be dateless.
I think it'd be funny if his coworkers put a bowl down by the water cooler with the word Toco on it.
Yes.
That would be funny.
There you go, Taco.
And put,
hey, boy.
And put a little patch of land out, outside the for his walk space.
Can you imagine like once, they get to know each other better and, you think you may want to take it to the next level. He brings a dog leash and says, "Will you take me to the dog park?"
Either that or his boss goes, "Taco, you got those TPS reports yet?"
There you go.
Here, boy. Come here, boy.
You know what? Your bonus is dog biscuits.
Your bonus is a rub on the chest. Good boy. Good boy.
All right. What's next? Johnny, you got something.
His coworker becomes a pit bull named Elvis.
That's good. That's good, Ken.
Guys, it looks like we've got a serious drug shortage out there.
Rats.
Prescription drugs. Yeah, they say there's over 300 right now. It includes a lot of drugs that are used for, ADD and also a lot of crash, the crash carts that they use in emergency rooms. They're at dangerously low levels right now. But as serious as that sounds, it's not as serious as this. If you're in Martha's Vineyard, they're about to run out of pot.
Uh-oh.
They're about to run out at all of their dispensaries. One dispensary had to close down because they can't get any supplies of gummies and
other
flowers.
Well, they say it's location. They say that they usually get theirs through like overseas, like from across the ocean. And they say that because the United States is kind of decriminalizing and legalizing marijuana in a lot of locations, it's still not that way on the high seas. Pun intended.
Oh, so you can't transport across international waters, if you will.
So they say that's the big problem in Martha's Vineyard. So you have a lot of 81-year-old liberals that are just going out of their minds because they can't get their gummies.
I'm not buying that for an instant, man. There's plenty of pot in this country to go around. Somebody over there in Martha's Vineyard is hoarding it.
I mean, just contact Oklahoma.
Exactly.
Or Arizona.
Yeah, exactly.
Oklahoma's got a glut of pot right now.
Well, so does Colorado.
Didn't we used to get pot from Mexico, right?
Yeah, back in the old days.
Back in the old days, it used to come from Mexico. Now we got, fentanyl and all kinds of really nasty stuff.
Yes.
But it used to be pot.
Well, and the pot used to smell differently, too. It used to have a different smell to it. Now it smells like skunk.
Yeah. That's what a buddy told me.
Skunk?
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Okay.
But if you're up in Martha's Vineyard, you may want to...
You know what? If you want to make the real good money, go over to Martha's Vineyard and sell your pot there.
Exactly. You could even dress up like a collie.
You could dress up like a collie.
They'll be all right with that.
I find it hard to believe that people in Martha's Vineyard
are having trouble
finding pot. I'm sure they've got the resources to get it.
But Ken, it's in the news. I read it on the internet. It's got to be true.
It's got to be true.
Let's go over there and grow them some, boys.
So people are more concerned about that than they are the prescription drug shortage we're seeing in this country. Thank you, Joe Biden.
Yeah, well.
There you go. That's exactly right.
Now, that prescription drug shortage, that's a serious deal.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that's going to be, you get somebody that can't get their ADD. Not only will that be bad for them, it'll be bad for anybody around them because just coming off that stuff is not fun.
Don't we get our pharmaceuticals from China?
I think you're correct in that.
Oh, yeah. We get the pharmaceuticals. It's either the straight up pharmaceuticals or it's the ingredients for the pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
We are so dependent and beholden on China.
Oh,
They
ridiculous.
could take down our infrastructure. They could take down our medical community.
Oh, they're not going to do that.
Oh, they're nice. Hey, these are good folks.
That's what Joe Biden said.
He sure did. And you can
it must be true.
You can take that as a word of a Biden.
Oh, my goodness.
And you were saying that Alex Van Halen has sold everything.
Alex Van Halen, I thought this was very interesting. We all know that Eddie died a while back.
Yeah.
Alex Van Halen has sold apparently every drum every cymbal,
stick,
every drum stick that he has.
Gold records, platinum
he's
records.
He's just done. Yeah, gold records and everything.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And well, here's what I think. Alex Van Halen, he was never in any other band other than Van Halen.
That's it.
Michael Anthony has said that Alex was never one to go out and jam like other musicians do.
Unless it was with Eddie.
Right. It was always with Eddie. And so when Eddie died, I think Alex was just like, I don't want to do this anymore.
Lost. I think he lost his enthusiasm for it. And I think those guys had a tight bond because they came over here as immigrants. And I think they really had to rely on one another. And I think that's why there was such a bond there that is unshakable.
Wow. Yeah, and he and the only thing he said, he came out with
interesting
a tweet or something. I think it was yesterday or the day before, and he basically no comment on why he's doing this. He just said thanks everybody for your support.
Wow,
and that's what he did.
I think he just wants a private life now.
Yeah. Well, he always was kind of private though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he never seemed to me like he enjoyed the spotlight, kind of like the other guys did.
I think he did on stage, but I think when it came to being off stage, I think you're right, Ken. I think he kind of liked being anonymous in a way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when you've got David Lee Roth or Sammy Hagar as your front man, there's not a lot of room for you in the hijinks and shenanigans department. So, yeah, when it comes to either Michael Anthony or Alex Van Halen, they definitely allowed Eddie to be the virtuoso and David Lee Roth to be the clown. All right, it is 5:54 in Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, we've got more about that report that shows the Department of Homeland Security cannot keep out dangerous people, even though, as you heard the secretary say at one point, the border's secure. Details at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, No lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Six o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. The first heat wave of 2024 about to get underway. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Channel 4 interviewed neighbors in the Edge Hill area who are mourning the murder of an 18-year-old yesterday.
I've been knowing him since he was a little boy, and he was loved and he was cared about. All his family members standing here. They have lost another child that was doing right, getting his life together, and trying to do the best he can.
Police say 18-year-old Malachi Rybka, deceased on the living room floor of his apartment with multiple gunshot wounds. They arrested 24-year-old Deterius Watkins after witnesses claimed to see him try and dispose of bloody shorts and shoes. Right now in Chicago, city leaders considering changing the curfew to 8 p.m. from 10 p.m. to cut down on crime. This is City Alderman Brian Hopkins there in the Windy City.
Summer's just beginning, and we've had a couple incidents already where some crime has occurred. We've got to put a stop to it.
Yeah, 17-year-old and 14-year-old attacking a couple. A report released by the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General yesterday raising concern about national security. It says the department is at risk of allowing dangerous people into the country because it does not have necessary technology and coordination to properly vet asylum seekers. And then there is this from Aaron Katursky.
8 migrants from Central Asia who entered the United States illegally through the southern border are in federal custody over suspected ties to the terror group ISIS. The individuals from the former Soviet Republic of Tajikistan came to the U.S. since the end of last year. They were vetted at the time. Law enforcement sources told ABC News authorities then uncovered information raising suspicions about possible affiliations with ISIS. At least some of the individuals were monitored, and eventually all were detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia.
Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stocks closed mixed on Tuesday with the Dow Jones falling 120 points and the S&P adding 0.25%. Gains for Apple drove up the Nasdaq Composite 0.8%. 1% to a new record high. Investors will have plenty to react to on this trading day. The Consumer Price Index offers a snapshot on the economy just an hour before the opening bell, and the Fed's Board of Governors will wrap up its latest two-day meeting. The board is expected to leave interest rates where they are. Spotify is hoping that music lovers will pay up for a new premium plan. Bloomberg says subscribers would get improved audio quality for the cost of about $5 more per month. And Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest just won't be the same. It'll be missing its top dog this year. The New York Post says 16-time champion Joey Jaws Chestnut has been bounced from the competition after endorsing a plant-based hot dog brand.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 33, S&P up 8, NASDAQ up 32. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
we talk news.
6:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Wednesday, June 12th. Hope you're having a great morning so far, along with Ken Weaver, Johnny B. I am Dan Mandis. Man, lots of news to talk about. Hey, coming up at 6:35, All the latest on the Hunter Biden guilty verdicts and a whole lot more with our legal analyst, Jonathan Fahey. That is coming up at 6:35 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Merrick Garland, I want to remind you of what Merrick Garland said just a few months ago.
We could face a coordinated terrorist attack from elements among the millions who've entered this country illegally over the last 3 years. Is this fear justified?
I am worried about the possibility of a terrorist attack in the country after October 7th. The threat level for us has gone up enormously. Every morning we worry about this question. We try to track anyone who might be trying to hurt the country.
Yeah, and so now here we are, and again, that is Attorney General Merrick Garland in testimony telling us what we already know. You think Joe Biden, in his completely feeble and, addle-riddled mind, do you think that he is understanding of the danger that he has put us in for political reasons? I mean, of course, big news is Biden's southern border policies continue to leave us vulnerable as, these 8 guys have now been arrested with ties to ISIS. Now, the scary part, and there's a lot of scary parts to this story, but one of the scary parts is that they say that they're here legally.
These 8 men from Tajikistan, this is a Central Asian nation, came into the U.S. both this year and last year via the southern border. And as far as the available information we have access to, they were permitted to enter the United States and were here legally.
Isn't that the scary part? I mean, there's so many scary things about this and infuriating things about this as well. Number one is that we do have a wide open border for political reasons. You know why Joe Biden is doing it, for political reasons. Number two is that they were here legally. Now, legally means that they went through the proper channels and they got in. So, there's some people that'll say, well, is there a difference between illegals and here legally? Well, yes and no. And I don't want to get into the various distinctions now. The bottom line is that, as Bill Melugin pointed out from Fox News, they may be here legally, but that doesn't mean that they should be here or that they're safe. Here's part of what Bill Melugin had to say.
What scares me the most about my coverage of the border and what I hear the most from my border contacts is that the vetting, as you just mentioned, is wholly inadequate at the border. When you get guys from Iran, from Tajikistan, from Syria, there's no database to match these guys against. What Border Patrol agents tell us is even if they get fingerprints, the only way they know about somebody's criminal history often is if they've committed a crime in the United States. Bashar al-Assad isn't sharing database records with the U.S. on Syrian citizens, right? So what does the U.S. do? We still mass catch and release single adult men from these potentially hostile countries into the United States. En masse. We see it in San Diego sector. We're the only country on the face of the planet that does this. It's remarkable.
I mean, that proves the whole point about Biden's border policies or lack of policies, right? They're willing to put you and I and our families at risk for political advantage. And we always say, people sometimes get mad when we say, oh, yeah, you've got all of these, young men that are coming across our southern border. They are fighting age. And so now we have these 8 that have been arrested, New York, L.A., Philadelphia. They do have ties to ISIS, all 8 men crossing the southern border into the U.S., and their criminal background checks came back clean when they crossed. And so that goes right to what Bill Melugin is saying from Fox News, where he's saying, it's not like, Vladimir Putin or some of these other world leaders are going to start, helping us identify who these people are that are coming into our country. As a matter of fact, Bashar al-Assad and Vladimir Putin and some of these other folks, Kim Jong-un, these folks are going to work hard to get them into our country. And so if that means that in their home country, say, for example, in Syria, well, they're going to say, okay, here's some passports, here's some paperwork, and so this will help you get into America. Then you'll hear from us at the right time. And that's what's going on. And so, thankfully, we were able to capture these 8 men New York, LA, Philadelphia, but we have no idea. Well, sadly, we do have an idea as to who else is in this country and what they're plotting. They're talking about another 9/11. They're talking about another 9/11. They say at least 2 of these men crossed the border in the spring of 2023. One of those men even used the heralded CBP1 app, which is the Biden administration created app to allow migrants to book appointments to claim asylum online, according to the officials. By the way, remember that back in April, ICE arrested a guy from Uzbekistan with ties to ISIS as well. Nicole Parker is a former FBI special agent. She was on Fox News.
These individuals that are coming to harm us, they're being funded. They have deep funding from where they're coming from. They don't need to get the benefits from the United States. All they care about is getting here and wreaking havoc and causing destruction and potential terrorist attack. We are at, again, heightened threat levels, and we must be alert and aware. And the only thing that's going to change this is closing the border. This administration has proven over and over that is not their priority. It is not going to happen. And you need to remember that on November 5th.
I mean, she's absolutely right. And you know, the more that we talk about this and the more that we understand and realize as a nation what Joe Biden has, the extent of how vulnerable Joe Biden has made us for political reasons, we've spoken about many times. We've talked about how he's allowing all of these people in. They're going to ultimately go to Democrat-run cities and states. That gives them more power in Congress because the number of representatives is based on the census. So that gives them more electoral power. Then if you start making all of these people legal, give them amnesty and all those other things, perhaps at some point they'll be able to vote as well. And the thinking is that they'll vote Democrat. That's what all of this is about. But see, to you and me and all of us who are, you know, Americans, and we love our sovereignty, we love our safety, and we love our country, and we love our families, and we love our fellow citizens, we are now vulnerable, and the Democrats don't seem to care. And I think that is what is so infuriating when you hear people with, you know, TDS, and they'll vote for Biden no matter what. And it's like, are you really that lacking in awareness that you don't see what this president is doing to your country, to our country? And it's like that analyst just said on Fox News, Nicole Parker. The only thing that's going to work, and I've said this 1,000 times, the only thing that is going to work is a closed border. I mean, we can talk about all of the things that, you know, Joe Biden wants to do, plans to do, should do, what Congress should do, and what Congress can, you know, pass and so forth. But unless that bottom line has to do with building a wall and keeping our border security, the rest of it is just nonsense, and it doesn't matter. The only people that have the right idea, because remember, you have Biden and cringe Jean-Pierre and all of these folks on the left, and they're saying, well, if only Congress would do their jobs, right? Remember all that? If only Congress would do their jobs. The Republicans did do their jobs in the House with H.R. 2, where they wanted to continue to build the wall. Joe Biden, day one, made America a more dangerous place. Will the American people remember that on November 5th? We'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 6:16. Time to check the roads on WTN. .617, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather for today, partly cloudy and a high of 86 degrees. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just doing a bit of a deep dive on this story of these 8 people, 8 illegal aliens. Although they were here legally, They were arrested in New York, LA, and Philadelphia. They have ties to ISIS, and they're not saying that they were plotting any specific threat, but they have those ties. And they were simply let into our country. That is the perils of the Biden administration. This is from the New York Post, and this is from this morning. With terror threats sky high and the border wide open, brace for another 9/11. And again, this is from the New York Post. The pre-9/11 warning lights are flashing once again, thanks largely to President Biden's refusal to control the southern border. That's one of the key takeaways from a new foreign affairs essay based on testimony and comments by top national security experts. Will America be caught asleep at the switch? They say one ominous sign, as the Post reports, a sting last week nabbing those 6 Russian nationals with suspected ISIS ties in Los Angeles, Philadelphia, and New York, at least one of whom had been released by the feds at the southern border with a court date next year. One source telling the New York Post, remember the Boston Marathon bombing? I'm afraid something like that might happen again or worse. In this particular essay, Harvard professor Graham Allison and ex-CIA Deputy Director Mike Morrell cite FBI Director Chris Wray's increasingly alarming assessments of the nation's threat level. Back in December, 2 months after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th, Christopher Wray, as you know, testified that the already heightened terror threat had soared to a whole nother level as thousands, millions have crossed the border each day with little or no vetting. By April, his fears grew even more dire after an ISIS-K attack at a Moscow concert hall killed 145 people and wounded hundreds. I want you to think about a concert here in Nashville or anywhere, and those 8 people just picked this time and this place, including a lot of these concert halls, which, by the way, as you all know, they're gun-free zones. You think these ISIS members, you think they really care about obeying gun-free zone signs? No? I don't think they care about gun-free zone signs either, except to utilize those as targets. Oh, look, there's a gun-free zone. Let's target that area. Let's target that building. Let's target that park. Let's target that school. That is what Joe Biden is doing to you and to me and our country. And yet the TDSers out there, the Trump derangement syndrome folks that have all of that infused in their DNA, they refuse to even acknowledge or accept or perhaps even understand what the president has opened us up to. But that's what Biden has done. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Okay, coming up at 6:35, got a couple of things for you. Number one, what is going to happen with Hunter Biden? His 3 guilty verdicts, they happened yesterday, of course, as you know. We talked about that earlier. And now he's going to be on appeal. Who knows if he's going to actually spend any time in jail. We'll have to see what happens with that. But we're also going to speak to Jonathan Fahey about a number of other things, including those intelligence officials, the 51, who said that the laptop from hell had all the earmarks of Russian disinformation. We'll talk to him about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News. And did you hear what Rachel Maddow said? I'm going to, in the next segment, talk a little bit about Rachel Maddow as well, because it really is comical, the narcissism of some of these folks on the left. And it is all straight ahead on WTN. Dan Mandis here. How would you like to be debt-free from any car loan debt? Maybe no credit card debt, no personal loan debt, no debt related to cars or credit cards or anything. Well, my friends at Loan Pronto, they can help you today. They can make that happen with an Equity Express line of credit. And you can tap into that equity in your home today and save you money on those high interest loans. Yes, homeowners are turning that home equity into cash almost instantly these days with Loan Pronto's AI-based system. It only takes about 10 minutes and it is really easy. There's no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. Just a relief from those high interest payments. So call them right now. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. For Loan Pronto, you can always find them online. It's loanpronto.com. That's loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781, subject to lender approval. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Got more on that report about dangerous people getting into the country. Violent crime rate in Tennessee. We'll tell you where that's at. An update on Hendersonville city leaders' efforts on the grocery tax there. And you got to hear some Middle Tennesseans talk about their higher water bills and the reason officials are giving for it at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
6:28, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, along with Johnny B. Ken Weaver as well. Okay, coming up, we've got Nashville's Morning News legal analyst Jonathan Fahey. He is going to join us. We're going to talk about Hunter Biden. We're going to talk about the laptop from hell. We're going to talk a little bit about Donald Trump and a whole lot more. And also the incredibly, and I don't know why I'm surprised at this, but the incredibly narcissistic comments of one Rachel Maddow may stun you. Details straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. If I know anything after fixing up my house over the years is that good companies are really hard to find, which is why I am so glad that I can tell you about one of the great ones. Let me introduce you to Copper Creek Electric. Now, they've been electrifying Middle Tennessee since 2008, and whatever you need done, they can do it. These are the electricians that I trust and that I recommend. From residential remodels to new construction, Copper Electrical do any job you need from your home to your business. These folks at Copper Creek Electric do it all, and they do it right the first time, and they'll tailor the job to your needs. Now listen, y'all know the electrical in your home or business is serious, and it does need to be up to code. Copper Creek Electric can do that, and they're easy to work with, and they're licensed and insured. Their technicians also, one more thing, they have to pass drug tests and background checks. In other words, you can trust them with your wallet and your home and your business, so check them out today. Find them online at coppercreekelectric.biz, coppercreekelectric.biz. The phone number, tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-476-8697, 615-476-8697.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Going to tell you about that heat wave getting underway this week during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. But right now, we've got new border security questions. First, you have the Homeland Security Inspector General report released yesterday showing the department does not have the tools or the coordination to keep out dangerous people. And we've just learned about ISIS members getting into the country. Christiane Cordero reports.
8 migrants who entered the U.S. illegally through the southern border are in custody for their alleged ties to terrorism. The individuals detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia are from Tajikistan. They were vetted when entering the U.S., but sources say authorities later uncovered information raising suspicion about their possible affiliations with ISIS. The FBI previously warned about this vulnerability at the border.
Sources say there's not enough evidence for charges, but all 8 migrants, illegal migrants, will likely be deported. The FBI says Tennessee has the 5th highest rate of violent crime in the nation, according to the most recent FBI violent crime data from 2018 to 2022. Tennessee saw more than 3,000 homicides, more than 15,000 rapes, more than 176,000 aggravated assaults, and almost 29,000 robberies. New Mexico, by the way, had the highest rate of violent crime. And from crime rates to tax rates, Hendersonville city leaders closer to keeping the grocery tax rate from going up under the recent sales tax increase. Officials telling Channel 4 it passed the first reading last night. It could save residents about $800,000 a year combined.
Past year or two, it seems like everything's doubled. Would help everybody. Wherever you save is where you can apply that money towards whatever else. If you got kids.
One more vote. It's a done deal and would take effect next February. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 6:32, Nashville's Morning News. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot, as in Xfinity. Now through June 30th, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract, and for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity's internet and Stream Saver for just $35 a month. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all the time at the same time. Now, for most watching and less spending, X marks the spot with Xfinity. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently $56 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity internet or TV, and price subject to change. 637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in. Dan Mandis here along with Johnny B, Ken Weaver. Wednesday, June 12th. Partly cloudy today, by the way, and a high of 86. Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, I think there are a lot of people that were surprised yesterday that justice was actually served in the Hunter Biden case.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, I think when we were talking about this yesterday, I just didn't know what to think because you have a case with sort of with overwhelming evidence of his guilt, but you still had the fact that he's, a Biden in Delaware with Jill Biden in the audience, all these other external pressures. So I think when I saw that the verdict came in, I forgot around what time, but it came in relatively quickly. And it was a little bit surprising, and I think in a good way. You do like to see the jury system work, and you do want to have some faith in the system that people are treated fairly and not, and which we didn't see in New York. So it's nice to see it here. I think the interesting thing is how quickly we're going to the sort of the media pivot as now Hunter Biden is some sort of victim. It's a guy that's, we talked about yesterday. He's had a life of no responsibility, complete debauchery, living in luxury. It's like, he's like one of these, it's like remember when VH1 used to do those behind the music things? He's like the biggest rock star ever, and we're supposed to feel sorry for this guy. And it's really pathetic. And, you do look at all of these people that have basically enabled him. This may actually be the best thing that happened to him to have to take some responsibility. Although, as we talked about yesterday, I think he's going to be pardoned, November 6th or somewhere shortly thereafter by his dad.
Do you think that he will actually lose on appeal? And do you think that there is a possibility that he would spend some time in jail?
I think on the second one, I think yes. I think there, because I was looking at, there's the sentencing, there's like these U.S. sentencing guidelines, which are advisory for the judges. They don't have to follow them. But I think the guidelines advise, I believe, a range of between 10 to 16 months incarceration. So even if a judge were to go below them, I think to go completely from the lowest end of 10 months down to 0, I think might be a bit of a reach. So I wouldn't be surprised if he serves some time in jail because other people similarly situated, and there's probably nobody similarly situated to him, but that have been convicted of this crime or maybe similar crimes probably are serving time in jail. And if we are to believe this should be a crime, which now a lot of people are saying it shouldn't, that this is a public safety issue like we talked about yesterday. Look how, this gun was thrown in a dumpster. This guy was doing crack every 20 minutes. This isn't the type of person you want, possessing firearms as far as a public safety issue. On the appeal issue, there's interesting cases, and I'm not, an expert on this issue, but there's a lot of cases percolating through the courts that will benefit him, on the Second Amendment issue that I think he has a reasonable chance, not because of anything about the deficiencies in his case at all with the government presented, but there's an overall Second Amendment issue, which essentially says the argument is you can't legislate anything relating to guns that wasn't the type of thing that was being legislated against at the time of the founding of the nation or when the Constitution was adopted. So that the argument would be, well, you didn't have forms people had to fill out, or there were no laws against being a drug user in possession of a firearm then, so therefore you can't regulate it now. And that type of argument has gotten some traction in some of the appellate courts. I think there's a Fifth Circuit case that's floating around. So he will be the beneficiary of that argument, but that argument is really a total side from the merits of his case. It's just whether or not this constitutional issue percolates up to the Supreme Court and benefits him.
641 Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Jonathan Fahey, our legal analyst, is joining us. Jonathan, I know that I don't remember if I've spoken to you specifically about this aspect of it. I know that I've talked about it, but the laptop was entered into evidence. Now, this is the first time, it seems to me anyway, that there's now been an official recognition that the laptop is real and the contents are real as well. Do you think this is going to have any kind of an impact on anything related to the contents of that laptop, or any investigations the Republicans are making?
I don't know, like, as far as the merits of what's in the laptop, if it will affect any of these investigations. I don't really know. And I also think, with these investigations, I think it's worthy of going forward with these investigations, although we are getting to the point of the election around the corner, right? We're almost, we're halfway into June. But I do think it is interesting with this laptop that I'm sure you've talked about a lot, but, this was a big issue in the 2020 campaign, and the Democrats decided it was a big issue by all of their efforts to suppress the laptop, the media, and collusion with them. And it really did, so much to destroy, I think, people that already are skeptical of our mainstream media, just to show how they were basically in cahoots with the Democrats to suppress this story. And a lot of the there was polling afterwards that said if people had known that this was real, it may have changed their votes. That's speculation, I know, but it's just one of these things. There was this concerted effort to suppress any information about the laptop, to censor anyone that talked about it, to mock anyone that was trying to say it was legitimate, which is a standard tactic, the crazy one was, Donald Trump saying this is legitimate versus all of these trusted, former intel people. And it really was a disgraceful moment for our electoral system and for the media. So I hope that gets some traction when the media tries to, the next story that comes out, and they try to bury it or try to mock people that talk about it. It's like, wait, you've done this here. You've done it with Russian collusion. Yep. We suppress, speech on COVID and all that all happened to be correct. And now, now this. But in terms of what's in it, I'm sure there's some damaging stuff in it to Hunter Biden, to the Biden family. And that's the real question, is why is this guy that does crack cocaine every 20 minutes, which, it's fine to feel sorry for him, but nobody in the business world is going to do business in a legitimate way with somebody that does crack every 20 minutes. That's not a sound business decision. And people with millions of dollars don't have millions of dollars for making dumb decisions. So why were people giving this guy, James Biden, also his Joe Biden's brother, so much money for no one could even explain what they were doing? It's not like, they had the Biden store or whatever. It's just, so I think those are the questions that almost this gun issue kind of, distracts from the real issue that, the corruption issue, which is really the heart of what's going on here. And this just happened to be a side issue that came up in the context of those investigations.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We've got more with Jonathan Fahey coming up, 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Partly cloudy today and a high of 86 degrees right now, 57 at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Legal analyst Jonathan Fahey is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. And I know that both Hunter and James Biden, they are accused of committing perjury. This now is even more of an issue. And so I know that that's also part of the conversation, including something called knowing perjury. And basically that means that Hunter, he knew the questions were coming and he had the answers at the ready, and he knew that the answers were lies in front of Congress. And so part of my question would be, will the Attorney General Merrick Garland, will he now go after Hunter and James for perjury?
I would think the answer will be no, because, he could already take credit for this gun case to say, hey, look, we really are fair. In fact, when we all know that the truth was they tried to kill this case, and it was just because of these whistleblowers coming forward that it was sort of revived. But yeah, I don't think he will. And the other thing that's percolating in Congress right now is this contempt for Merrick Garland. This pending that I think they're having a vote on it today because he won't turn over the tape. And it's just ironic because you have these people like Steve Bannon, Peter Navarro, that are going to prison. I think, Navarro's in prison. I think Bannon is supposed to report, I think, around July for contempt of Congress. And now you have people in the Biden wing, you got James Biden and Hunter lying to Congress, knowing they're lying to Congress. That should be taken seriously. And my guess is it won't. And then you also have Merrick Garland, who has no real reason to not turn over the her tape other than it must be just incredibly damaging to Joe Biden, which makes me dying to hear this thing, because it's probably so bad because, we see him on TV and we know that's bad. Mm-hmm. And people are used to that, so it has to be worse than that.
There's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason why they're trying to keep that under wraps. So we have a super text line here, and Jonathan, and somebody has a question for you specifically, and that is 0045. Can you explain to us simple folks what happens to Trump's nomination if he does go to jail? I mean, I realize we're in uncharted territory here, but I mean, what are your thoughts?
I don't think anything happens to his nomination. At this point, he has the delegates. They're his delegates. So if he's in jail, I think there could always be, there's probably some machinery within the party that could possibly change it. But I don't think there's anyone, absent a very small percentage in the Republican Party, that would do anything to try to move him away from being the nominee, because I've not heard anyone. I haven't even heard Democrats really defend the conviction of Donald Trump in a serious way. I mean, they're really, really happy about it, but nobody really thinks that was a serious case. So, if he's in jail, he'll be campaigning for, he'll be given the speech, through the little phone and the glass thing and the orange jumpsuit, and I think people will tune in because and I think if he actually went to jail on this, I think people, who really knows how people will react, but I think this just seems like even a bridge too far. I mean, the case in and of itself was, but this would just seem extraordinarily heavy-handed and political that I think people would be so turned off. We shouldn't do that in this country.
I think if he does go to jail, I don't think Donald Trump has to say anything. I mean, I think the actions of the left would really be enough said, and that would be really advantageous, although he'd be sitting in jail, but that'd be advantageous for Donald Trump. Bottom line is we don't know what's going to happen with the hush money case. And so there's a lot of factors in there. Will he go through the appellate system? Will he go to the straight to the Supreme Court? What's going to happen with the sentencing I believe it's going to be on July 11th. So there's a lot that we really don't know right now. And so it's one of those things that, for me, it's a serious issue, but it's also a big distraction from some of the other big stories that are out there. And I know that I only left about 90 seconds left for this, but we've been talking about the guys that were arrested with ties for ISIS that came across our southern border. Your thoughts on that?
It is so. It's just. I want to say it's amazing, but it's just so horrible that this administration is willing to put all of our lives at risk to, terrorism, to gangs, to fentanyl, because they want to keep this border open. And they will do anything to keep this border open. I mean, this is probably the highest priority and their greatest success as an administration, because they campaigned on open borders. Essentially, they never said the words, open borders, but that's what they were essentially saying. And they will do nothing. Nothing will stop them. And they're putting all of us at risk, and they just don't care. And you look back at, a couple months ago with the Lake and Riley murder, and this administration, they had to be bullied into saying, even condolences about this. Yeah. And it just shows just how awful they are. We're at risk. They're doing nothing to stop it. We're just relying at this point. Our safety is relying on the good graces of our enemies, and that's really a horrible thing. And you see Director Wray sometimes testifying about all these tools the FBI needs, and he's always really sheepish about saying, well, the main thing is we let anyone come into our country and we do nothing to stop them. Like, that's a far greater security risk than not having a particular FISA tool or something like that. But it's like, it's so awful. And then when something bad happens, we'll have to be like, oh, we can't, blame anyone, type of thing. I know. But it's like, we all know the game, and it's really so cynical what they're doing, because they think this will ultimately help them electorally.
All right, Jonathan Fahey, always great commentary, and we'll look forward to talking to you again soon. It is 6:52 on Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. It is an election year, and I bet you're wondering if you're invested for the future for your retirement, regardless of what happens in November. Well, I can't tell you that, obviously, but what I can tell you is that Paul Winkler and his team, they can help you get the answers that you need. Now, Paul has been on the radio here in Middle Tennessee for nearly 20 years, and he and his team, they're all former investment brokers, insurance agents, and one was even a securities attorney who worked for one of those big financial companies. They know the investing world inside and out, and they're ready to put that knowledge to work for you. Check out Paul Winkler and his entire team at paulwinkler.com. These folks are fee-based. In other words, no commissions, which means they're not trying to sell you something. They want to teach you how to relax about money. So call them at 615-851-1950. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-851-1950. That website, paulwinkler.com. 6:53, Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news at 7?
Details of a report which says a federal agency named for security isn't doing a good enough job. And we're learning about members of ISIS getting into the country illegally. Coming up at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We're staring down the first heat wave of 2024 headed to Middle Tennessee. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. We've got a report about terrorists who made it in illegally over the southern border. Here's Aaron Katursky.
8 migrants from Central Asia who entered the United States illegally through the southern border are in federal custody over suspected ties to the terror group ISIS. The individuals from the former Soviet Republic of Tajikistan came to the U.S. since the end of last year. They were vetted at the time. Law enforcement sources told ABC News authorities then uncovered information raising suspicions about possible affiliations with ISIS. At least some of the individuals were monitored, and eventually all were detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia.
This comes as a report released by the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General yesterday shows that agency isn't doing a good enough job. It blames the lack of necessary technology and coordination. New numbers show the violent crime rate is down in Tennessee, but still higher than the national average. News 2 citing the most recent FBI violent crime data showing more than 3,000 homicides, more than 15,000 rapes, more than 176,000 aggravated assaults, and almost 29,000 robberies between 2018 and 2022. Tennessee ranked 5th in the nation for the highest violent crime rate then. And here in Nashville, Channel 4 interviewed neighbors in the Edge Hill area who are mourning the murder of an 18-year-old yesterday.
I've been knowing him since he was a little boy, and he was loved and he was cared about. All his family members standing here. They have lost another child that was doing right, getting his life together, and trying to do the best he can.
18-year-old Malachi Ribka found dead in the living room floor of an apartment with multiple gunshot wounds. 24-year-old Deterius Watkins was arrested after witnesses claimed to see him trying to throw away bloody clothes and shoes. Entertainment news. Spotify is hoping music lovers will pay up for a new premium plan. Bloomberg reporting the platform says customers will be offered new, better audio quality for an additional $5 a month. And an eating contest controversy ahead of 4th of July celebrations. Danny New has the scoop.
Joey Chestnut! For some Americans, a July 4th without Joey Chestnut may feel like a hot dog bun without a wiener. In a stunning turn of events on Tuesday, it was reported that the 16-time champ had been quote-unquote banned from the upcoming Nathan's hot dog eating contest after he had signed a sponsorship deal with vegan hot dog brand Impossible Foods.
Market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. The Federal Reserve today will announce its latest decision on interest rates just hours after fresh inflation data set to reveal the status of the central bank's fight to slow price increases. Right now, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Shows Dow futures up 29, S&P up 7, NASDAQ up 26. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
7:07, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into your Wednesday, June 12th. Along with Johnny B. and Ken Weaver, hope you are doing well this morning. The panic on the left is just, you can sense it. You can sense it in their interviews. You can sense it in the articles that are being written. You could just tell that they're looking at each other and they're realizing that the usual stuff just is not working. They've tried everything to stop the Trump train. They've tried to kick him off the ballot. They've tried to throw him in jail. They've tried to do everything and anything they can to stop the Trump momentum, and they just can't. And so now you've got some of these folks on the left who are saying some of the most ridiculous things. For example, I don't know if you heard this. This is a couple of days old. I forgot to cover it, but AOC says that if Donald Trump is elected...
I mean, it sounds nuts, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if this guy threw me in jail. Really? He's out of his mind.
So I want to make sure that we have this right. So Donald Trump is the one that's out of his mind, but this narcissistic little twit thinks that Donald Trump is going to take time out of his busy day to throw her ass in jail. I mean, come on. I mean, they're saying these things. And by the way, where is the without evidence? AOC says that Donald Trump will throw her in jail. And so you have that story that was out there a couple of days ago. Now you have Rachel Maddow basically saying the same thing in what they're calling an email interview. It's like a print interview, so I don't have any audio. But basically, she is also saying that she will be thrown in jail if Donald Trump is elected president. Here's what she said. I'm worried about the country broadly if we put someone in power who is openly avowing that he plans to build camps to hold millions of people and to root out what he described as, in subhuman terms, as his enemy from within. Again, history is helpful here, she says. He's not joking when he says this stuff, and we've seen what happens when people take over proclaiming that kind of agenda. And so the bottom line is she is saying that Donald Trump is not only going to possibly throw her, Rachel Maddow, in jail, but also all of the people that were his enemies, his political enemies. Again, I will tell you that I think that they are hysterical on the left and not in the funny ha-ha kind of way. I think that they are now realizing that their main enemy and the man that they have pushed so incredibly far is now going to be in charge. But I truly don't believe that he is going to take time out of his busy day to try to jail Rachel Maddow. And you know, the question I would ask is, if he was going to throw Rachel Maddow in jail, wouldn't he have done it during his first term? Because if you think about it, she was one of the main instigators and one of the main spreaders of misinformation when it came to Russian collusion. Remember that whole thing where it was like every day it was this onslaught from Rachel Maddow and, oh, Russian collusion, we have evidence, blah, 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 blah. Whole thing turned out not to be true. Same with when he released his tax returns. Remember that whole thing? When Donald Trump released those tax returns, I remember this, and if I remember right, she was on the air at the time, and the story breaks, and Trump has released his tax returns, and it was like, well, there's nothing here. It seems like everything is on the up and up. And she didn't really know what to do. I mean, it was funny. It was like, there's no other way to say it. It was like Geraldo when he went into, was it Al Capone's vault and there was nothing there? It was the same thing with Rachel Maddow and Donald Trump's tax returns. And we could also, again, talk about the situation with Russian collusion. And by the way, there's a lot of people that would say Rachel Maddow deserves to be jailed. I'm not there. I'm not there. I don't know, as a semi-professional broadcaster myself, I have no idea how the likes of Rachel Maddow and Joy Reid and Joy Behar and all of these women on The View, I don't know how they are able to keep their jobs. Clearly, people are watching them. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But again, I don't believe that Donald Trump is going to take time out of his busy day as we have looming another possible 9/11, which I told you about earlier. Joe Biden gave a speech yesterday, and it was very awkward because it was a speech on guns, and it was, when right after Hunter Biden was convicted on those 3 gun charges. Now, I've done a lot on that already today. If you're just joining us, I may revisit that a little bit later on in the show. But I do want to play you this piece of audio from Joe Biden. He was an absolute mess yesterday. He's giving this speech to a group, Moms for Common Sense Gun Laws or whatever it is. And this is what the president said. And the amazing thing is, he tells a number of known and demonstrable lies in how long is this cut? It's not very long, but listen for the lies.
We need you. We need you to overcome the unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, so many politicians when they oppose common sense gun legislation. I used to be when I was no longer the vice president, I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Before that, I taught a constitutional law class and taught the Second Amendment. There's never been a time that says you can own anything you want. You couldn't own a cannon during the Civil War. No, I'm serious. Think about it. How much have you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Wash your dough. Give me a break.
Wow.
No, I mean it. Seriously. And by the way, if they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need...
It's like, number one, get a new speechwriter, because we have heard all of these things before, and they've all been proven to be lies.
He just said he taught law. He said he was a professor of constitutional law at Pennsylvania University.
That's what he said. There's a number of lies in there. Now,
my gosh.
Here's what he actually did, Ken, at the University of Pennsylvania. He wasn't a professor. You know what he did? Joe Biden, Lunch Bucket Joe, right?
Lunch
Man
Bucket
of the people.
Joe.
He made $900,000 making about a dozen appearances at fundraisers for the university. Pretty good gig, actually. $900,000, shaking hands, maybe making a speech, made almost $1 million. He never actually taught a class. Number two,
my gosh,
he was never a full-time professor. They say that he occasionally, over the past 20 years, taught as an adjunct professor in Delaware. And so that's number two. Again, lies. Number three, you would think that he would actually know this by now because it has been disproven many times. But yes, you could own a cannon during... He goes back and forth, by the way. Biden will go back and forth when he says you could not own a cannon during the Civil War. He's talked about the Revolutionary War as well. And so he goes back and forth. But here's the thing, is that you could own a cannon during those times. Either way, there's no evidence that you could not own a cannon back then. And so he tells the same lies and the same stories over and over again. And the funny thing is, these morons in the audience, they keep laughing like it's the first time that they've heard it. And by the way, I don't know if you caught that one part where he kind of mocked patriots. I'm going to get into that straight ahead. 7:16 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads. .17, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, partly cloudy today and a high of 86 degrees. Talking about Joe Biden, an absolute mess yesterday as he was giving this speech to a group of moms for common sense gun laws. And I just played you, I think, 2 or 3 provable lies that the president continues to tell. But he also mocked patriots. At least this is the way that I see it. President Biden mocked patriots, and in my opinion, mocked Americans when he said this.
Think about it. How many of you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Wash your dough. Give me a break.
All right. Now, I'm trying to find that quote, whatever quote that is. I've Googled it 15 different ways. But I think maybe what he's trying to quote is the old Thomas Jefferson saying, the tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Maybe that's what he's talking about. I don't know. But for him to mock patriots, this is how I see it. He's really mocking Americans.
And then when he can't even get it right.
He can't. Well, that's the thing. I don't know. And maybe the super text line is open, 615-737-9986. If you know what saying he was trying to quote, can you let me know? Because I was searching for, 20 minutes trying to figure out what exactly it is that he was trying to quote. Let me attempt to do it one more time.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. How many of you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Wash your dough. Give me a break.
You know what? I don't know what he's trying to quote, but he clearly didn't get it right.
You were correct in the Thomas Jefferson quote. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants.
Right. So, to me, with Biden saying, give me a break. Here's the thing, is that his next statement talks about F-15s. Remember this?
No, I mean it, seriously. And by the way, if they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need...
he keeps going down this road where he's threatening the American people with F-15s.
Good.
And so when he talks about, he's trying to quote this thing about the blood of patriots and tyrants. I'm sorry, but it sounds to me like the president is threatening patriots and Americans with F-15s if we, air quote, get out of line.
Yeah.
So to me, the president was just an absolute mess. And again, I'll say it again, you have these people in the audience, these, moms for common sense gun laws or whatever it is. They're laughing hysterically like this is the first time they've ever heard these jokes. My God, we've heard them like 1,000 times. And I think the reason why he keeps repeating them over and over again is, quite frankly, because he can't remember anything else.
Yeah.
And again, he did indeed butcher that the Tree of Liberty quote from Thomas Jefferson.
Oh, and imagine this. The White House has not responded to media's request for comment on him botching the quote.
Yeah.
Or mocking gun rights advocates.
4547. You know what 4547 says?
Let's hear it.
He says Biden shanking that is actually code for I just pooped myself. I should have, taken that for myself and just utilized that joke for myself, but I'm going to give it credit. Very well done, 4547.
Yeah, the laughter in the crowd is infuriating. That is infuriating.
It is. And it's almost like, when you see Biden in front of these folks and he is so well received, the first thing I think of is, do you folks not know what is going on in the news? Do you not know what this president is facilitating by having the wide open border and allowing, people who have connections to ISIS simply coming across our southern border, or the fentanyl? Do you not know there is just a thing on Fox News a few minutes ago about how crime is rising in streets, all in cities all across America? You could talk about that. You could talk about failed pullout from Afghanistan. All of the things. We could talk about the economy. So while all of these jackhole Democrats are laughing it up at their little whatever this thing was. America is melting down, and that's the guy responsible. So, yes, it is infuriating.
Man.
It is 7:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And let's see here. 1303, Dan, Biden is trying to quote the Tree of Liberty. He is mocking us. He says, but Dan, he mocks us with open borders and denying the Supreme Court decisions, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you, 1303. I very much appreciate it. Why should you go to NetSuite's Business Grows Here event coming up on June 25th? Well, you can make incredible contacts in our town here in Nashville in your industry. Now, they've got some incredible speakers lined up, and you can hear from the likes of Burke Nihill, who is the CEO of the Titans, and Jamie Siminoff, founder of Ring Video Doorbell. You're also going to learn how to raise capital and how to use better technology, among many other things. And so you can learn a lot at this incredible event. It is, again, NetSuite's Business Grows Here event. It is coming on June 25th. They'll also be talking about developing Nashville's East Bank. NetSuite's Business Grows Here event is on Tuesday, June 25th at the Conrad Hotel. NetSuite by Oracle, Business Grows Here. Don't forget, June 25th, get your tickets by going online. It's netsuite.com/Nashville. I think there's still some tickets available. netsuite.com/Nashville. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 724 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Yes, the Super Text line is open at 615-737-9986. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Well, it looks like the brand new inflation report is imminent. This is on the heels of an alarming report from the Department of Homeland Security that shows the department name for security isn't really keeping us secure. And guess what fast food restaurants are doing in California after they raise the minimum wage? Details at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com. 729, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Listen, you know that severe weather can hit really any time. And if you can hear my voice right now, you are in the path of tornadoes and power outages, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from Cove Generators. Right now, a great deal. Listeners to my show, you're going to get an upgraded 10-year warranty absolutely free and $500 off, again, when you mention my name, Dan Mandis. Cove Generators, they are your premier Generac home standby generator dealer here in Tennessee. If you've got any questions about generators before, during, or after your purchase from Cove Generators, my buddy Generator Dave, he is going to answer any question you have because that's just how they are at Cove Generators. Now, remember that great deal. A free upgraded 10-year warranty and $500 off when you mention my name. That is a deal you're not going to find anywhere else but at Cove Generators. Now, that severe weather and those power outages, not to mention what else could happen, you need a backup home standby generator in your life. So call them 931-559-3311, 931-559-3311. Find them online. Always tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. CoveGenerators.com. Terms and conditions may apply.
$7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Tracking the first heat wave of 2024 set to get underway starting today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Officials ringing the alarm about immigration, illegal immigration, and how a new report shows the Department of Homeland Security can't keep out dangerous people. But first, we're waiting on the latest inflation report and what that might mean when the Federal Reserve's announcement on interest rates come today. Right now, that report is imminent. We're waiting to see, and it looks like it is unchanged, actually, in May. It looks like month over month, inflation went up 0.1%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics released this morning. Well, guess what else is high? Anxiety over national security after that new report showing the Homeland Security Department isn't doing a good enough job keeping out dangerous people. Here's Christiane Cordero.
The Inspector General concluded the technology, procedures, and coordination were not fully effective when screening non-citizens and some asylum seekers. Finding more than 20,000 people allowed into the U.S. ended up being flagged during a later security check, and more than 600 were found to represent potential national security concerns.
Yeah, these people detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia. They're from Tajikistan, which is a former Soviet republic. New numbers show violent crime is down in Tennessee, but still higher than national average. And News 2 cites the most recent FBI violent crime data from 2018 to 2022, showing more than 3,000 homicides, more than 15,000 rapes, more than 176,000 aggravated assaults, and almost 29,000 robberies. Tennessee ranked fifth in the nation for the highest violent crime rate in 2022, with New Mexico leading the country. So one more time, the new inflation report shows it went up 0.1% in May, month over month, 3.3% year over year. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
I'm sorry, Ken. I just sat back down.
Okay.
Inflation went up?
Yeah, inflation is up month over month. According to the U.S. Labor Bureau statistics, month over month, 0.1% in May, then year over year, 3.3%, which is still above the 2% target rate the Fed is looking for before it cuts interest rates.
All right. Thank you, Ken. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Susan at 9232 says, hey, Mandis, the president, or the lack thereof, has gotten enough 15 minutes of fame this morning. Let's give some Trump news, please, says Susan. I think I got some Trump news. I'll do that and a whole lot more in the next hour. But, you know, in my defense, if you're talking about Biden and how bad he is, you really are talking about Donald Trump, too, because, you know, you're always, I don't know about you folks, but I'm always comparing and contrasting. So if I have an entire segment on Joe Biden, then I'm in my head, and you people perhaps are as well, you're comparing and contrasting Joe Biden and Donald Trump. But anyway, I do have some Trump news coming up next and a whole lot more straight ahead. on WTN, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. I'm a Beehive member, and I have been for years now. And those benefits, when you're a Beehive member, they're always changing to meet your needs. And that's why it's a great idea to sign up to be a Beehive member today, because of not only those benefits, but you're saving money in the long run by maintaining your system along the way. But, as they say in the commercials, but wait, there's more. Right now, you sign up to be a Beehive member, you're actually able to enter to win a free round of golf for your dad at Hermitage Golf Course when you sign up for a Beehive membership this week. That deadline is June 15th, so you've got another couple of days this Friday. So take care of Father's Day and your HVAC with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. BusyBeeHVAC.com, your Rude Pro partner.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm talking to Johnny off the air because this lady said, come on, Mandis, enough Biden stuff. Talk about Donald Trump. That's not how I do the show. Like, I do the show, I don't come on the air and I don't look for Trump topics and Biden topics. I just, whatever interests me and whatever happens to be in the news is, what I talk about. I don't, honest to goodness, there are some days when it's like, all right, I've talked enough Trump, for the love of all that is holy. Enough already, Mandis. So how I do the show is just whatever interests me, and I hope whatever interests you. Now, here's what's interesting. Should be to all of us. I've got a personal thing going on. And, my mom died. I think this is indicative of the economy. So there is a headline out there right now. They're talking about how home insurance rates are up nearly 38% since 2019. And it's gone up higher since Joe Biden, of course, took office in early 2021. 38%. Now, here's the conundrum for yours truly and for my family. This is how Bidenomics, because, oftentimes we talk about these things and, maybe some of this stuff may impact you, some of it may not. I am impacted in a big time way because here's what's going on. My mom passes away and she's got this condo in LA. We're trying to sell it. Do you know what the problem is? The problem is that in LA, in California, insurance is so high at this point that the Homeowners Association has underinsured this little townhouse condo complex that we used to live in. And so the lenders will not lend money to people who are trying to buy the townhouse because it's underinsured. And so now we're stuck in this situation where we can't sell this property because it's underinsured. The Homeowners Association doesn't give a crap. And the lenders, the only thing that they can do, they're saying, well, we're not going to lend you the money because the property is underinsured. And all those people, this is why now we're talking about lawyers and stuff. All those people that live there in this complex in California, they're underinsured. So if a fire happened or, Lord help us, maybe an earthquake and whatever, then, they're not going to be able to rebuild. And that's the impact of not only Bidenflation, but that's the impact of, California and California's crazy state politics as well. It is, all I can say is that it sucks. But that is like the real life impact of what the Democrats are doing. And that's not a Trump topic. That's to me more of a Biden topic and an issue of, Democrat rule. RNC Research is one of my favorite places to get content. And they talk about Bidenomics and how everything is going up, including, yes, home insurance.
Like most Americans, Gaurav Bardway is dealing with inflation. Everything is going up. That includes the insurance on his 1,600 square foot house. Nationwide, home insurance rates are up nearly 38% since 2019, according to Lending Tree. But it's much more in some states. Bardway lives in Southern California, where his rates just skyrocketed 200%.
Even if I shop around, I may be able to save like $4, $5, $10 a month. But it's going to be a hassle. So I think I have to live with that.
I know. That's where I used to live. That's where my mom's townhouse is, Southern California.
See people paying anywhere from $5,000, $6,000 where it used to be $1,500 or $2,000.
You have a leak right now, but you're not going to file an insurance claim.
I am not filing an insurance claim. Eric's Brooks insurance costs more than his property tax, and he's worried a claim would only increase it.
I couldn't imagine any more than this.
And that's why people are leaving Southern California. That's why people are fleeing these Democrat-run states. And you heard the guy say, whether you're talking about home insurance rates, auto insurance rates, buying a car. Yesterday we talked about, or maybe it was the day before, but we talked about how more and more people simply are refusing to buy new cars because they're too expensive, and they're also too expensive to maintain. The average person cannot afford to spend $47,000 on average for a vehicle. And now you got Joe Biden out there in California mandating eventually all electric vehicles. Then you throw in food, you throw in gasoline, and all of the other things that we talk about every single day here on Nashville's Morning News. And it gets harder and harder and harder and more difficult to deal with. And then we get the news today where inflation is up. It is 7:45 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads. Thank you very much. Partly cloudy today and a high of 86. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. The Super Text line is open, very active this morning. Thank you very much. Nice lady hit us up on the Super Text line, said, do some Trump news. You know, there's a poll out there from Ohio that some are trying to make hay of where Trump has dropped in the polls in Ohio. I'm sort of like, whatever, when it's the polls right now, because number one, we're so far out. And number two, everything's just weird right now. I mean, you've got Trump's guilty verdict. You've got what's going on with Hunter Biden. You also have everything else that is going on in America. And believe it or not, we're June, July, August, September, October. That's 5 months. We got 5 months to go. I can tell you that right now, I haven't looked at it this morning, but when it comes to Real Clear Politics, I can almost guarantee you that when it comes to the battleground states, it still looking like Donald Trump is doing very well. I mean, okay, I'm going to put it this way. You talk about Ohio. Well, that's all fine, well, and good. We can talk about Ohio and how Donald Trump has been dropping in support in Ohio, but let's talk about Virginia. And this is a state that is typically Democrat, obviously, in last several election cycles. And now he and Biden are tied. So we can talk about Ohio, where Donald Trump has gone down a little bit. We can talk about Virginia, where Donald Trump has gone up a little bit. At the end of the day, it's all about those battleground states. However, as people have been talking about all this, okay, well, let's say Trump loses a battleground state or two. But if he can flip a Virginia, if he can flip a Minnesota, well, then guess what's going to happen? Then those battleground states, they're talking about Trump winning in Nevada. They're talking about him turning Clark County, where Las Vegas is. In other words, there is just so much out there. I like what Donald Trump said, actually, regarding the guilty verdicts with Hunter Biden, where the president basically said, the former president basically said that this is all a distraction. And I agree. I agree with Donald Trump. That's why, to be honest with you, I mean, I sort of covered the Hunter Biden thing sort of, peripherally, it was very shallow. There's so much other stuff going on. And I don't believe that the gun charges in and of itself will impact the election. And some polling is showing that people just don't care. And that's why I didn't really cover it until the end. I'm busy talking about the economy. I'm too busy talking about the border. I'm too busy talking about crime. I'm too busy talking about these Russians that have now been arrested with ties to ISIS. I mean, these are things that I'm talking about. And when you have people who are really important and know a lot more things than I do, and they're the ones that are talking about how Joe Biden has opened us up to a possible another 9/11. Well, that's really scary. By the way, earlier I talked about these ex-Intel officials. You remember the 51? I'm bouncing all over the place, so I'm hoping you're keeping up. But the laptop from hell, I was talking about this earlier. And those ex-Intel officials have now doubled down on signing this air quote patriotic letter against the Hunter Biden laptop. And here's the thing, because we were talking about this earlier with Jonathan Fahey, where the laptop, people said it was fake. People said it had no credibility. People said it was all the earmarks of Russian disinformation. Now we know the laptop is real because it has actually been entered into evidence, which means all of that stuff in the laptop, all of those accusations are real. The influence peddling, the millions from the Moscow mayor's widow going to Hunter Biden. I could go on and on. Do you know that those ex-Intel officials, they have no regrets, and as a matter of fact, they are doubling down on signing that patriotic letter? That's right. Dozens of former, and by the way, James Clapper, there is a special place in hell for James Clapper. Dozens of former intelligence officials who signed a letter warning Hunter Biden's infamous laptop has all the classic earmarks of Russian disinformation are either declining to retract or doubling down, despite the device now being entered as evidence in the ongoing Hunter Biden criminal trial. Fox News Digital reached out to all 51 individuals who signed the heavily scrutinized October 20th letter, published just days before the 2020 presidential election, asking if they regretted signing it now that the laptop is being used by the prosecution, arguing Hunter committed a federal gun crime. No, former Obama Director of National Intelligence James Clapper simply said, also declining to publicly remove his name from the letter or concede that those signing on it should have waited longer for more information to develop. And on it goes. Unbelievable. It is 7:51 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 at WTN. I want to tell you about my friends at Zero Res. I'm down here in my basement, and just right over there to my left, this is probably more information than you folks want to know, but right over there to the left, the staircase that is going upstairs is one of the few places these days in my house where there's carpeting. We have carpeting upstairs. We have some carpeting on the staircase leading downstairs. That landing spot, for whatever reason, that is where my dog Bandit decides to do his business. Zero Res knows that area well. They've been out to my house many times, and they come over and they clean everything up, whether it's mud from the rain, of course, the mess as well. Professional cleaners who are on time, and yes, they do a fantastic job. Now, your carpets are going to be insanely clean because only Zero Res cleans with powered water. No soap, no residue, and no harsh chemicals. And right now, they've got a great deal going on. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99. You're also going to get a free dryer vent cleaning with air duct cleaning and 20% off of tile cleaning as well. When you tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 3 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $99, free dryer vent cleaning as well, and 20% off of tile cleaning. Restrictions may apply. Call them today. Tell them I told you to reach out. That phone number is 615-535-9376. That number, one more time, 615-535-9376. You can find them online. It is ZeroResNashville.com. The super text line is open as well. Very active, 615-737-9986. Ken Weaver at 7:52. What is coming up on the newscast at 8 o'clock?
Got the brand new inflation report. Homeland Security report shows the agency is failing. Nashville murder. Hear the grieving neighbors. And a popular music streaming service going to charge customers more if they want better audio quality. These stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:57, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Let's see here. I'm trying to, Johnny and Ken, I'm looking at the Super Text line.
Is it in Fuego?
It is not only in Fuego, but, people are throwing down some curse words. They're really mad. Folks are really mad because they saw it as I did when Biden was, as I described, mocking patriots.
Yeah.
That's how people see Joe Biden when he was mocking patriots. I'm going to play this one more time, and then I'm going to move on.
We need you. We need you to overcome the unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, so many politicians when they oppose common sense gun legislation. I used to be when I was no longer the vice president, I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania. Before that, I taught a constitutional law class, and so I taught the Second Amendment.
Lie.
There's never been a time that says you can own anything you want. You couldn't own a cannon during the Civil War.
Lie.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. How many times have you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Quash of dough. Give me a break.
I mean, he's mocking patriots.
What a liar.
You know what else he's doing? He's mocking our founding fathers.
Yes.
That's the other thing. If you think about it, he's mocking our founding fathers. But Joe Biden mocks our founding fathers every single day by his policies. So in that speech, that one little line right there, not to mention all of those other lies, but that one little line where he was, mocking Thomas Jefferson, really that is emblematic of what this so-called president has done to our country. Not for our country, but to our country. And we'll continue to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight o'clock on the dot this Wednesday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, awaiting the start of that heat wave we've been talking about. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Consumer prices unexpectedly unchanged in May amid cheaper gasoline, but inflation likely remains too high for the Federal Reserve to start cutting interest rates before September. The latest Bureau of Labor Statistics out today shows inflation stayed flat month to month in May, 0.1%, but it ticked down slightly year over year, 3.3% compared to 3.4% in April. So next up today, the Fed announces whether it will cut interest rates. Currently 5.25% to 5.5%. There are likely no cuts coming today again. So what does this mean for your money? Well, let's talk credit cards. The average APR now near a record high, about 21% right now. With rates unlikely to come down today, that means they are likely to stay high. And we have a report about potential terrorists who made it in illegally over the southern border. Here's Aaron Katursky.
8 migrants from Central Asia who entered the United States illegally through the southern border are in federal custody over suspected ties to the terror group ISIS. The individuals from the former Soviet Republic of Tajikistan came to the U.S. since the end of last year. They were vetted at the time. Law enforcement sources told ABC News authorities then uncovered information raising suspicions about possible affiliations with ISIS. At least some of the individuals were monitored, and eventually all were detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia.
Yeah, this comes after a report released by the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General yesterday shows Homeland Security isn't doing a good enough job. It says it doesn't have the necessary tools or coordination to properly vet asylum seekers, much less illegal aliens. New numbers show the violent crime rate is down in Tennessee, but still higher than the national average. News 2 citing the most recent FBI violent crime data showing more than 3,000 homicides, more than 15,000 rapes, more than 176,000 aggravated assaults, and almost 29,000 robberies. Tennessee ranked 5th in the nation for the highest violent crime rate in 2022, with New Mexico leading the country. And here in Nashville, Channel 4 interviewed neighbors in the Edge Hill area who are mourning the murder of an 18-year-old yesterday.
I've been knowing him since he was a little boy, and he was loved and he was cared about. All his family members standing here. They have lost another child that was doing right, getting his life together, and trying to do the best he can.
18-year-old Malachi Ribka found dead on his living room floor with multiple gunshot wounds. 24-year-old Deterius Watkins arrested after witnesses claimed to see him trying to dispose of bloody clothes. Entertainment news, Spotify hoping music lovers will pay up for a new premium plan. Bloomberg reports the platform says customers will be offered new, better audio quality for an additional $5 a month. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Investors apparently like this new inflation report. Dow futures shooting up 289. S&P futures up 47. NASDAQ futures up 183. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Information fueled, opinion driven. This is Nashville's Morning News with Dan Mandis.
And so, my fellow Americans,
We talk news.
808 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Johnny and Ken, I need your help with this.
All right, Brother Dan.
So, the Biden campaign and the Democrats, they have now figured out the savior of their campaign.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go. That is going to be the savior of the Biden campaign. Now, I know what some of you folks are thinking, that is the rocks rolling around in Joe Biden's head, but no.
I thought it was his false teeth.
No, it's not Joe Biden's false teeth.
I thought it was a game of beer pong.
No, it's not.
At Hunter's place.
Although this time of the morning, I'd kind of like to play a little beer pong. No. You guys know what that sound is?
Nope.
Pickleball.
Attaboy, Johnny.
Way to go, brother
Really?
Johnny B.
Really?
Yeah, that's pickleball.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
You know what's so great about that is because I've done this bit like 1,000 times now.
Maybe that's why I knew.
Maybe that's why it's sticking in your brain, Johnny. So here's the funny thing. Apparently, what they're trying to do, this is the headline from ABC News. You ready? Bingo and pickleball among ways Biden will try to win votes of older people.
Is he going to play pickleball?
You know what? I'd like to take a pickleball racket to his head.
I'm telling you, if he is playing pickleball, that's you and Murphy need to play him.
Oh, can you imagine?
Oh, that'd be great.
Biden trying to play pickleball.
Well, he doesn't even need a racket because he's got mannequin hands.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
He would just stand there smiling.
More than a dozen older voter-driven events are scheduled for this week across several states, expected to be competitive in the general election, the campaign announced. And they're talking about Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina is going to be prioritized. You know what they're doing?
What are they doing, Brother Dan?
They're doing pickleball tournaments. Guys, I'm not kidding.
I know you're not.
I was a pickleball instructor. A lot of people don't know that.
By the way, are they going to be kosher?
In fact, me and Uncle Boozy, we started pickleball before they, those natives ate him.
Sounds like a good deal.
And then we played pickleball with a skull.
You know what I would be curious about? How much have pickleball rackets gone up in the past 3 years?
Oh, man.
You know what? Can one of you guys Google that?
Sure.
Because I can't leave my sound effect. But that's what they're doing. They're saying that pickleball tournaments in Virginia, pancake breakfast in Georgia, bingo in Arizona, and a phone bank with the second gentleman in New Hampshire. Because who doesn't want to talk to Doug Emhoff?
Boy, that's going to tip the scales right there.
Do you know what? Do you know what I would be curious about? All right, let's guys. I'm going to go out on a limb here.
All right.
Nobody needs to answer or comment on the statement that I'm about to make. You know how sometimes guys, and women do it too, but sometimes guys will get together and, they'll talk honestly about how their marriages are going and stuff. Can you imagine that discussion with Doug Emhoff? Kamala Harris's husband. Can you imagine what that discussion would be like over like beers and a cigar? Okay. That's what we'll do.
Pickleball.
All right, moving right along.
Doug in.
Have we found out how much pickleball stuff has gone up over the last 3.5 years?
I am trying to find out. I cannot find out on here other than they say they've gone up to, $100 to $200?
Have they? Pickleball rackets are up to $200 now? See, when I bought mine when I was going to play pickleball with Murphy before he chickened out. You know what I think happened? You know what I think happened with Murphy? Hey, Johnny, flag the tape because Matt will probably want to play this later.
Yeah, he will.
Do you know what I think happened with Murphy and me playing pickleball? I think that Matt lost his balls.
Oh! Oh, yeah.
What? No, I'm saying you got a racket.
Yeah.
You've got a racket. And you've got,
man. Oh, the gauntlet's been thrown down.
Murphy is going to come with fire, boy.
He's ready now. You have awoken the bear.
Poke the bear? You mean you poked the bear?
The campaign's aggressive support towards older voters comes as the president faces lagging support among certain constituencies that helped propel him to the White House back when. Recent polls have shown Biden roughly tied or even trailing Trump with the youngest voters. You know what the thing is? Like, in all seriousness, I don't think pickleball is a young person's sport. Like, I really don't.
No.
Like, there was old people out there, but there was also some young people out there.
Well, he could definitely appeal to the babies with the, pooping his pants.
That's exactly right. He's got the toddler vote.
Yes, he does.
Because you know what? He relates to those toddlers, Joe Biden does.
And they relate to him.
They sure do. You know what Trump needs to do? Trump needs to have a bunch of pickleball rackets with his face on them. Like MAGA pickleball rackets is what needs to happen.
And have Biden's picture on the ball.
Oh, that is brilliant, Johnny. That is very good. I love that. That's actually pretty funny. You know what, Johnny? You know what that gets you? That gets you the sound effect.
Gee, thanks.
In 2020, this is so dumb.
My life is complete.
In 2020, Biden earned 60% of votes among voters ages 18 to 29, according to exit polls. These days, he's not doing real good in that polling. An April CNN poll found Joe Biden trails Donald Trump by 11 points with voters 18 to 34. So no matter what demo you're looking at, Joe Biden is behind, has been behind, more than likely will continue to be behind. I don't, even though Trump may be lagging in, some states, perhaps maybe it's because of the guilty verdicts. I don't really know. But I do know that the more that people see Joe Biden and the worse he gets, the more his polling is going to go down. It is 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Time to check the roads. All right. Thank you very much. As far as your weather for today goes, partly cloudy and a high of 86. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm trying to get up to the Real Clear Politics. And by the way, you know what's great about this setup, Johnny? Is I could hear Ken when he said that I sounded like Biden when I was trying to intro traffic because Johnny had the little two-way on.
You did.
I know I sounded like Biden.
You sounded like
that immediately went through my head. It's like, okay, now, man, just talk about Biden. Go ahead.
You sounded like him when that June bug flew down his throat during that Juneteenth speech.
Well,
you know what? Do we need to break out the Ken Weaver tries to do LGBTQ from yesterday?
Well, we could
play it.
Ken, that was a career highlight. That entire segment yesterday at 8:36. Oh my Lord, that was funny.
Oh.
All right, let's look at the battlegrounds.
Yeah, listen to the battlegrounds.
You've got Wisconsin. Donald Trump is still up 0.1.
Okay.
Arizona, Trump up 4.2. Georgia up 4.8. Michigan 0.3 up for Trump. Pennsylvania, Trump 2.3. North Carolina 5.3 and Nevada 5.3 as well.
I saw he's up by 7 points in Ohio this morning.
So he's up by 7 points in Ohio?
Yep.
So I know that I saw a headline that said that he was losing ground in Ohio. but I thought that it was such a BS headline that I didn't really delve into it. What does it say? Does it say anything about how he's losing ground in Ohio?
No, it was just it was just a crawl here on Fox Business News that said Trump 48, Biden 41 among Ohio adults.
Okay, very good. Well, you know what? As I said earlier, I mean, for Trump and Biden to be tied in Virginia, I mean, that is a huge accomplishment for the former president. And listen, again, anything can happen. We'll have to see what happens.
He's apparently creeping up in Minnesota, too. Not Biden, but Trump.
Is he?
Yep.
Okay. Very good. 8:18. You guys can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, Brother Dan.
Oh, yeah,
All right, very good.
Yeah.
I'm broadcasting from home today, folks, and every once in a while my computer will make a little sound, and it's like the death rattle of my computer. And so it just did that, and I don't know why it does that, but so far everything is fine. Now, in the news today at 8:19 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, we've been talking about the Russians that have been arrested with ties to ISIS. And, you know, it is interesting because, and Ken, I'm hearing 6 or 8. What is it? Is it 6 Russians? Is it 8 Russians?
8.
Do we know?
From Tajikistan. 8 of them.
Tajikistan.
Yep. Yeah. Found them in L.A., what city?
Philadelphia,
L.A., New York, and Philadelphia, yeah.
That's right. And
interesting how they spread out like that.
Well, you know why? They wanted to have a coordinated attack just like they did way back on 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they wanted to do. And obviously for, you know, America, we see what's going on the southern border. And I don't know about the rest of you folks, but the fact that they were here, and I'm going to air quote this, they were here legally, as in they went through the proper Biden channels, you know, kind of scary. So says Bill Malusian and everybody else.
What scares me the most about my coverage of the border and what I hear the most from my border contacts is that the vetting, as you just mentioned, is wholly inadequate at the border. When you get guys from Iran, from Tajikistan, from Syria, there's no database to match these guys against. What Border Patrol agents tell us is even if they get fingerprints, the only way they know about somebody's criminal history often is if they've committed a crime in the United States. Bashar al-Assad isn't sharing database records with the U.S. on Syrian citizens, right? So what does the U.S. do? We still mass catch and release single adult men from these potentially hostile countries into the United States.
Yep.
En masse. We see it in San Diego sector. We're the only country on the face of the planet that does this. It's remarkable.
It is remarkable, and it's remarkably sad. Now, again, remember in the last couple of days, we've been talking about how Biden's executive order really did nothing. And that's something that, you know, we all talked about literally day one. The rest of the media is now seemingly catching up to that in the last couple of days. But this does prove the whole point about Biden's border policies. They're willing to put you and I and our families at risk for political advantage. And that's what it's all about. It's all about flooding our nation with a whole bunch of folks. They're going to send them to these Democrat-run cities, and they go to these Democrat-run cities because they are sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Then those illegals, or them, whether you call them legal or illegal, just air quote the term legal, but they're counted in the census, and that means that these states end up getting more power in the Congress, in the House of Representatives, because that is all based on population. Then, of course, you give them amnesty. Eventually, they could end up voting as well. That's what this is all about. Nicole Parker, she was on Fox News, and she is a former FBI special agent, and she's livid.
These individuals that are coming to harm us, they're being funded. They have deep funding from where they're coming from. They don't need to get the benefits from the United States. All they care about is getting here and wreaking havoc and causing destruction and potential terrorist attack. We are at, again, heightened threat levels, and we must be alert and aware. And the only thing that's going to change this is closing the border. This administration has proven over and over that is not their priority. It is not going to happen, and you need to remember that on November 5th.
Now, you know what the administration's priority is? Pickleball. That's what their priority is. They think that soaring inflation, really high prices, opening up our southern borders, opening us up to terror attacks, and all of the other problems. We've got home insurance, auto insurance skyrocketing. You think pickleball is actually going to do the trick? I don't think so.
Bingo.
But we'll continue to talk about that and a whole lot more. What's that, Ken?
That was brother Johnny B who said bingo. And on the subject of car insurance, it's up more than 50% since Biden took office.
Yeah, like I do is look at
50%.
mine. Yeah, mine's gone way up.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Your
Yeah, I knew
electricity
mine
rate-
had gone up.
Yeah, your electricity rate is up 29%.
Oh, boy.
Food is up 21.5%.
Yay.
Gas is up 54.8%.
You know what we need to do? Let's find somewhere, I don't know who plays it. I think it's Matt. He plays a little bingo, Joe Biden soundbite that says bingo.
Yeah.
So we ought to get the little Biden soundbite that says bingo, and then everything that's more expensive, we just play the little bingo sound effect right after that.
Bingo.
There you go. Thank you, Johnny. Hey, guys, want to restart the bit and we'll do it the right with this. We can.
We would, Dan, but we're running out of time.
Do we have time for one more? There you go. 8:23, Nashville's Morning News. On Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. United Structural Systems. Listen, if you've got mold, we've got your solution. USS is offering you $500 for the best mold treatment available today. Now, they've got a certified team that is going to locate that mold in your crawl space, and they're going to get rid of it permanently. Now, right now, they're offering you $500 off because USS is always looking out for you. Now, USS is home to their 3-step RTE process. They remove the mold. They treat the area so that it doesn't come back, and then they encapsulate your crawl space to keep it dry and mold-free. You know, that stuff does come back without the right treatment. USS makes sure that it won't, and right now that process is $500 off any mold treatment full solution. So breathe easier and spend wisely with USS and their $500 off mold treatment special just for listeners to WTN and my show. They'll also inspect your foundation while they're at your home for free. That phone number is 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855. USS is here to help for all your foundation and waterproofing needs. You can find them online. It's USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com. It is 8:25 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver, what's coming up in the news?
Inflation report, new border security concerns, and FBI data ranking Tennessee among the highest for violent crime at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
The guaranteed offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. The heat wave expected to get underway today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Today's report showing inflation was flat month to month in May, down 0.1% year over year, 3.3%. Likely not enough for the Fed to cut interest rates. We'll find out later today. New border security questions. First, you have the Homeland Security Inspector General report released yesterday showing the department doesn't have the tools or coordination to keep out dangerous people. And we just learned about potential ISIS members getting into the country illegally. Christiane Cordero.
8 migrants who entered the U.S. illegally through the southern border are in custody for their alleged ties to terrorism. The individuals detained in New York, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia are from Tajikistan. They were vetted when entering the U.S., but sources say authorities later uncovered information raising suspicion about their possible affiliations with ISIS. The FBI previously warned about this vulnerability at the border.
Now, sources say there's not enough evidence for charges, so they're all 8 likely to be deported. The FBI says Tennessee has the 5th highest rate of violent crime in the nation, according to the most recent crime data from 2018 to 2022. Tennessee saw more than 3,000 homicides, more than 15,000 rapes, more than 176,000 aggravated assaults, and almost 29,000 robberies. New Mexico, by the way, had the highest rate of violent crime for that reporting period. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. So we just got that brand new inflation report, and investors seemed happy about it. Let's see how they are now that trading is underway. The Dow is up 340, S&P up 45, NASDAQ up 158. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. 832, and Mark Spain Real Estate is the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. And the reviews are in, and people do like working with Mark Spain Real Estate. As a matter of fact, they've got over 11,000 five-star reviews at Mark Spain Real Estate. They're going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Listen, you may not be selling your home now, but you could be selling your home next week, next year. Mark Spain Real Estate is the company for you. This is hassle-free selling with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. In fact, they've helped over 58,000 families sell their homes. Now, one of their customers and one of our listeners, Ashley, says Mark Spain Real Estate's knowledge of the market and strategy made selling my home simple. She's already recommended Mark Spain Real Estate to some of her friends. So call them today and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 855-299-SOLD is the phone number. 855-299-SOLD. You can find them online. It's markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
He's LBGT. He's
He's what?
Bingo.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time for the Gang of Four Amigos. Johnny gets to be first because he unearthed that audio bite from yesterday. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning.
That's what Brother Johnny B was working on so feverishly there.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Chris Hand is here as well. Hello, Chris.
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
And let's see here. Ken is here. Good morning, Ken.
No, good morning, boys.
The only one not here is you, Dan. What happened?
I am at home. Amy got called to as I said earlier, the hellscape that is Atlanta.
Oh, no.
For her job at the last minute. So here I am.
I just saw this on Twitter. Did you see what happened in Atlanta yesterday?
Oh, are you talking about the bus hijacking?
Yes. In traffic, trying to make way for this bus as best as they can, trying to get all those drivers out of the way. He is going the wrong way in that turn line.
This bus is just, he's going all over the place. He's weaving in between lanes. He's hitting cars. He's going the wrong direction. It's crazy.
A normal day in Atlanta.
Were there people on the bus?
17 people on the bus, including the driver.
Oh, my God.
And the guy just decided he was going to hijack a bus, and they were able to arrest him without further incident. That was enough incident.
It's like I always say, sometimes you have to ask for forgiveness, not permission.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess. It is funny, though, because you have with this guy, I don't know, they're not saying why he did it. They just took him into custody. It's like Speed, right? That's what was that the movie Speed?
Yep.
Okay,
well, he wouldn't be like President Biden. President Biden used to drive a bus.
This is true.
In fact, he rode on one for about 27 hours with President Xi.
That's exactly right.
Bingo.
Anyway,
that's right.
Very funny. And by the way, so I will tell you, we were joking yesterday about the pest control people coming to my house.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And the high-fiving pest control guy that came to my house day before yesterday, which was so absolutely bizarre. So I've realized that there is a pest control conspiracy out there to ensure that I don't get any sleep during the day. Because yesterday, after Amy goes to Atlanta, what happens? Another pest control guy is at my door.
Are you serious?
2 in 1 week, consecutive days, I had these people show up at my house.
Are they just?
And this guy didn't do any high fives or anything, but I said, actually, it's kind of funny. So I'm like, I'm pissed. And you folks know I don't really get mad. I was pissed because it was like the dog's barking, Riker screaming, Amy's not home.
And this guy had the audacity to knock on your door in the middle of the day.
That's right, Chris.
How dare he?
How dare he? And I, of course, am in my pajamas. That's the best part. So I open the door, and he starts doing his little spiel. Oh, and I stopped him, and I said, "Are you pest control?" And he very awkwardly says yes. And I said, "You people came yesterday." And he says, "Who?" And I said, "I don't know who. The guy that gave me a bunch of high fives." And I tell the guy that it was apparently from a different company. But the guy was offering me high fives. I said, "You at least didn't make me high five you, but I'm still going to kick you off my porch."
Said, sir, at our company, we have a strict no high five policy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, I felt bad for the guy, and I backed off very quickly because I realized it wasn't the same company. But I said, "Can I ask you a question? Like, why do you people keep coming to my house? Like, I don't get it. Like, plumbers don't come to my house.
Roofers?
And roofers don't come to my house. Well, roofers, no, they have not come to my house. Landscapers don't. It's only pest control people." And now here's what's funny. You know what's funny? The ultimate payback. All day today, I don't know if people have been able to notice on the camera, but all day today, I've been battling gnats in my basement.
That's not a good sign.
No, it's not. I have a pest control company, but apparently they're not taking care of the gnats. So I don't know. Maybe I should have talked to the high five guy.
You should have.
Anyway, who else has what? Go ahead.
I got a couple things.
Let's hear it.
Did you guys hear Kevin Spacey crying on Pierce Morgan?
I did.
Well,
I did. It's very. I mean, well,
I don't think it's sad. I don't think it's sad. I don't really like Kevin Spacey at all. So
I know you're not
when I saw him crying, I felt like the guy in Christmas Story. Like, oh, you're gonna cry now? Cry for me,
Fargus.
So on the one hand, I said it's sad, but on the other hand, there's a reason why dude's broke.
Yeah.
And it's because he acted inappropriately. Although a lot of those things, and I'm not prepared to do a deep dive on it, but a lot of those accusations he was acquitted of, or he was found to have not been civilly liable.
Hey, explain the pictures with Ghislaine Maxwell and Epstein. That's what I need.
There you go.
And
was he part of that whole thing?
Oh,
wouldn't
yeah.
surprise me. Then I don't feel sorry for him.
He's sitting in pictures next to Ghislaine Maxwell on like the royal throne. He was in deep with those losers.
So and so if you don't know what we're talking about, do you have the audio, Chris?
I do. You want to give me a little audio, JB?
Oh. Where'd you live now?
Where'd you live now? Brian.
Well, it's funny you asked that question.
Oh, apparently not.
Because this week, where I have been living in Baltimore, is being foreclosed on. My house is being sold at auction.
Really?
So I have to go back to Baltimore and put all my things in storage.
Really?
So the answer to that question is, I'm not quite sure where I'm going to live now. How much money do you have? None. What are you going to do? Get back on the horse.
Well, get back on the horse.
Do we want to know what Kevin Spacey considers a horse?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry.
Get back on
Moving
the
right
horse.
along. Yeah, he admitted in that interview that he wasn't told by his victim that he was acting inappropriately, and if his victim told him he was acting inappropriately, he wouldn't have done what he did. That's number one, which I think is BS. Number two is, because you know when you're behaving badly, do you not? I mean, don't you know when you're behaving badly?
You should know.
I would think so.
Yeah, you would think so as well. So that's number one. Number two, he put out that statement where I forget exactly what he said or what he did back in 2017, I think, when all of this was going on.
Oh, yeah, and he went into character when he did the explanation. It was weird.
There was that weirdness, but there was also when he said, and now I'm going to live my life as a gay man. Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
Well, wasn't that how he got out of it? He's like, no, I'm not like a predator. I'm gay.
Yeah.
Yes, that
was his cop-out?
Yes, that was his cop-out.
And even the gay community is going, nah, don't run.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Don't drag us into this, man.
We got enough going on. It's June, damn it.
Anyway, so
have a Skittle. Taste the rainbow.
Anyway, so that was Kevin Spacey, and it sounds like he's close to homeless.
And you know what? Of all the cities, Baltimore is one of the last ones you want to be homeless in.
Yeah. Boy, you got that right. You want to be homeless, go to LA. They'll do everything for you.
Yes.
There was a story, I think I saw it a couple of days ago. I think it's in the news again today, where they've got all of these beloved LA restaurants and fast food restaurants that are going out of business, literally closing doors because of that $20 an hour minimum wage.
Rubio's, right? Like 10,000 restaurants?
Yep.
Or 10,000 employees lost their gig. Yeah. Unreal.
The thing is, can I ask this question though? If you're Kevin Spacey, why can't you go get a job?
Also, where did your money go?
Yes.
Like, are we supposed to feel bad that you lost all your money when you made millions upon millions?
So here's where Kevin Spacey went wrong. Well, boy, we don't have enough time. But here's part of what Kevin Spacey did wrong is he's got this, the minute things start going south, what he should have done was he should have bought a very reasonably priced, modest home.
Yes.
So that at least he's got a place to live. He stayed in that big, highfalutin Baltimore house with all those bedrooms right there on the harbor, and now it's in, I guess he said, foreclosure. So when crap's going down, you know that he's not going to get hired again to act. And so he should have started the process of downsizing as quickly as possible, including getting a modest home and learn how to flip hamburgers. I mean, that's what he should have done.
He could even teach acting. I mean, come on.
He could teach acting.
Joe Biden did.
Yeah.
Bingo. You know what? 6670 says, doesn't Kevin Spacey still get royalties? I don't know do they get royalties from movies? I don't know if they do. I know musicians get
residuals. Yes. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're paid by the movie, and then unless they were like a producer for the movie. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. But listen, here's the deal. He can work. If I lost my gig and I couldn't find another one, don't think that I wouldn't go out and do something else outside of radio. Everybody has to perhaps do it, in this business at one time or another. So
go to California, flip burgers for $20 an hour.
It's exactly right, man. That's a wage.
Or go to Martha's Vineyard.
Go to Martha's Vineyard and start selling pot.
Yeah.
Have you heard that Martha's Vineyard story?
Yeah. Where Johnny was telling it earlier. Go ahead, Johnny.
No, you go ahead, Chris.
Johnny, take it away.
Oh, I don't have it in front of me, but as I remember, Martha's Vineyard, they're starting to run out of weed.
The dispensaries.
The dispensaries are running out of weed. In fact, one, I think, is totally out. They have another on the island, and it's going to be running out, I think, by September, October?
Chaos.
Now, I don't... See, here's the deal. I don't know if I buy this story. Because there's a lot of places to get pot. I mean, not that I... I'm just saying, there's a lot of places to get pot.
But the residents are up in arms because you can't transport it over the ocean.
Yes, that's
all the pot on Martha's Vineyard has to be grown on Martha's Vineyard.
Well, can't they get it from Arizona or Colorado?
But it would have to cross that ocean.
Yes.
And that's where the laws get...
Yes, the laws get tricky.
Is Martha's Vineyard like an... I've never been to Martha's Vineyard. Is that like an island?
Yes.
Yeah, it's an island.
Oh, now I get it.
Yes.
I don't feel sorry for them because they have enough money they can smuggle it in.
I don't feel sorry for them one bit.
I don't either. Just a bunch of rich liberals that are jonesing.
I will say this. I feel worse for the Martha's Vineyard residents than I do for Kevin Spacey.
Yes, that is exactly right. That is exactly
just
right.
When they should have kept the illegal immigrants there.
I was going to say, you know what they could do? They could have kept the illegal immigrants and just turned them into drug smugglers.
That's it.
Turn them into.
Good turn of phrase, Dan.
There you go.
Joe Biden would have gone over there and taught them on the weekends.
Bingo.
All right. Very good.
I used to be a smuggler.
I think this is the first, and I should knock on some wood, this is the first radio broadcast in, I think, probably years that I've done down here in my basement where Riker hasn't come in and disturbed me in one way, shape, or form. That's a great thing.
This could be bad, Dan.
That's a great thing about summer vacation, man. They sleep till like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Reset the counter on the wall. Days without a Riker disturbance. We're at 0, baby.
Oh, man.
That doorbell's going to be going off after announcing those gnats.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, high five, buddy.
You know what?
Here's the problem, Mr. Mandis. You have some oranges in your crawl space.
See, I don't know where the damn things are coming from, man.
Oranges
it's driving me nuts.
in your crawl space.
Yes.
I don't have oranges in my crawl space.
Well, gnats like fruit.
Yes, they do.
So maybe oranges, maybe some apples.
They also like produce, like, lettuce.
Yeah. They like pot. They like pot too, brother. Dan.
Yeah, they do. They like the old stinkeroo.
What are you implying? What are you implying?
What are you doing down in that basement, Dan?
Does it smell a little skunky?
Looks real bright.
I'm going to plead the fifth on this one. Gee, Chris, what's coming up after 9?
Well, 4868 says after 9 you need to put out a bowl of white vinegar water down in the basement for the gnats.
That'll be
all right.
After 9, we're going to Gun Sense University with Joe Biden, man.
Oh my gosh!
it infuriates me whenever I hear a leftist tell me, you need an F-15, because I don't think that's the case at all, and I'll break down exactly why. Plus, terrorists in America, we knew it, now we can prove it. Also, the MSNBC coverage of the Hunter verdict and the MSNBC coverage of the Pelosi tapes.
Oh,
Which one was worse? We'll talk about it all.
I'm so glad you have that MSNBC audio. That is classic. All right, thank you, Chris. A great show coming up after 9 at 8:52 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Window Nation is my window company. I love Window Nation. The reason I like Window Nation is because they actually put windows here in my downstairs basement studio. They look great, and the temperature is always spot on. Now, right now, if you need new windows, reach out to my friends at Window Nation because they've got a great deal going on right now. They are offering you 50% off of all window styles, plus 0% interest and no payments for 24 months. And this is a company that you can trust. Their installation teams have over 10 years of experience, each and every one. They can install in a day or less, and these amazing windows do come with a lifetime warranty. Again, this is my window company. I'm going to have them back, and they're going to put new windows in my kitchen and also one of the bedrooms upstairs. So call them today, Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, and don't forget about that great deal. 50% off of all window styles, 0% interest, and no payments for 24 months. 866-90-NATION is the phone number. 866-90-NATION. Find them online, windownation.com. $8:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. You know, I went through that amazing training at the Glock store in Nashville the last couple of years. I can't say enough good things about these folks and their training. An incredible opportunity for you to up your game is going on this weekend. Actually, Friday and Saturday, they've got some great classes going on. Precision rifle marksmanship. In other words, you're going to learn how to hit your target from nearly a half mile away. The instructor is a former Army sniper. Now, on Friday, you learn the intricacies of long-distance ballistics, and then on Saturday, this has got to be really cool. On Saturday, you're actually going to go to the Lenny McGill, the McGill Family Farm and Private Shooting Facility, where you'll be hitting targets from 700 meters. Now, this is a very exclusive class. There's only 10 students per class. There might be a few slots left, but not for long. Find them online, glockstore.com/training, glockstore.com/training. Click on classes and get your name in. 1930 Air Lane Drive, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.